Hello! I can't wave. Hello? Is it broken? Am I on the wrong? Yes. Hello. Happy... Oh. Castle visit. Oh, it's not work. Ooh, I hate mix it up. I'm so sorry. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, man. Yeah, it's broken. Wait, hold on. It should work now, but you can't do it again. I don't know how to manually adjust it. Wait, can I? Oh no. Okay, I just take note of everyone who redeemed it, and I'll manually do it after stream. That's fun. That's really good. That's my own fault. I can't blame anyone but myself. Hold on. Took a screenshot. I'll give it to the poor souls who didn't get anything. I'm so sorry. I don't know how to do it. No, I don't think they can try again if you refund it, unfortunately. I'm sorry. Hello. I didn't see it. I don't know if I said happy Friday. Hello. Happy 22nd of May. 2205. Or 0522, depending on where you're from. Yeah, let me do that. Hello partners, congrats on first. Hello Nue, hello Trace, hello Rising, hello Austin. Hello Luna. Hello Taylor. I got therapy this morning and can't say to get my brain destroyed by Umineko. That's okay, I hope therapy goes well. For some reason I thought you were gonna get a lobotomy, but that's not what you're getting. Unless you are, in which case, good luck, soldier. I didn't mean to scam you. I will up it manually after stream. Trust, you don't know what you got. I will just tell you what you got. You get, okay, let me see. Who redeemed it? Panis. You get a strand of hair, a greasy one. Nue, you get a rose petal. Rising, you get, I don't know, an eyelash. Enjoy. I don't know what you're gonna do with it, but enjoy. That's what you get, and I'll manually up it. Okay, you won't lose out on a castle visit. Yeah. You got custom ones. That's way better. Yay! You got the best one. The other ones are kind of gross. I feel sorry for Panis. You got the worst one. I'm so sorry. Anyway, oh, I feel utterly destroyed. It is so warm outside. It was like over 20 degrees Celsius, and I feel like I perished a little bit. A piece of me died outside, and I will never get it back. I went to get my hair cut. The hairdresser said that I look like a chicken that has had its feathers plucked. In German it would be gerupftes Huhn. Because she cut like layers into my hair, and since she did a drag cut, I look a little insane right now because I didn't want to wash my hair twice in the same day, so I'm gonna wash my hair tomorrow, and I'll see if I still look like a plucked chicken, featherless, I don't know, whatever. You know what I mean, probably, hopefully, we'll see. I'm built different, yeah. I'll decorate my peepers. The one eyelash is gonna do wonders. I'm a puddle, full black outfit, long sleeves, everything, my fucking bus. I'm so sorry. You know, I dress the exact same way every day, and then I regret it, and I'm like, wow, this is pretty hot. When I went outside the first time today to get my hair cut, it was pretty cold, actually. I was wearing like a long sleeve dress, and I was like, oh, the breeze is kind of cold. It was around 17 degrees, 18. And then by the time I went outside again, it was so hot. There was no air. There was no breeze. It was only me sweating. And I was wearing a t-shirt. And I screamed a couple of times because, you know, I don't know if I talked about this before, but I'm deathly afraid of any insects. And I had one little caterpillar on my t-shirt, and I screamed so loud. You cannot believe it. I must have sounded like I just got murdered or whatever, but unfortunately, I can't help it. So if you hear someone scream during Dokumi. It might be me. It might be me. It might sound like I got killed, but I assure you I'm fine. It's probably just a bug, and that is all. And I am on day 99 of the 100 line route that I'm playing currently. I'm very proud of myself. The lore dumping route is almost over. It's really good, actually, now that they've given me some lore. Up until the point where they started telling me stuff about the world and the characters and whatnot, it was kind of a little boring because I had seen most of the scenes before. It was very similar to another route that I played, but we're getting to the end of it, and it's really good. But it's gonna end in disaster, I have a feeling. I have one more day to play, we'll see. And the fight, I have to finish the fight. Also, hello, Costco. Hi. We're doing good today. And I had a coffee, a cold coffee, and I don't think my body liked it very much. So I feel like I'm gonna pass out. I don't feel awake at all, but the coffee was yummy. I will take the pain, the bodily pain, if it means getting to taste yummy coffee. But right now I feel like I just poisoned myself, but it's gonna be fine, hopefully. That's it. That's all I have to say. It is Umineko Day. And we're gonna read Umineko. Let me switch over to it. Hold on. Oh yeah, my mouse got stuck while I was like closing a browser window. For some reason, I couldn't move my mouse anymore. It was very strange. Wait, hold on. I don't think I did this right. I think last time... Why is it like this? Fit to screen. Why does it look like that? Hold on, I'm very confused. What is happening? Oh wait, is it because of... No, it's in full screen. Everything looks wrong right now. I don't know why it looks like this. You know what? It was actually fine the way that it was before. I'm just gonna leave it. It looks weird, but it's actually fine. I don't know what I broke again, but this will have to do. And let me do that. And then I will disappear. We'll do this. I'll move myself here. Wow, I'm getting used to it slowly. I'll do that. Hello, Amadis. Welcome in. We're doing good today. And I'm trying to think about what happened last time. I don't... Oh god. the big spooky Neko is covering like half the screen. I don't know. How tiny do we make her? Like that? I think last time... What did we do last time? They read the letter that Maria had, I'm pretty sure. I need to adjust the volume. I don't remember what it was on. Maybe something like that? They read the letter that Maria said she got from Beato, and then they all went kind of crazy. They also ate Goda's dinner, but no one cared about that after the letter was read. What else? Oh yeah, I think Rudolph said something about dying, getting killed, possibly. Sorry, my throat feels very wonky right now. But he left without really clarifying anything. Oh yeah, and we had Klaus show Natsuhi the gold bar that he tracked down. I'm thinking. We had Kanon talk to Genji about the witch and stuff, so I'm guessing they believe in it too. Klaus was like, well, I would have shared this with you. Yeah, he was, as per usual, kind of mean towards his wife. I have a feeling that it's just his standard state of being. Genji said he and Kanon should be thankful to Kinzo. They say that? I just remember them talking about possibly... Oh yeah, no, you're right. I think they said something along those lines. I also remember them talking about how they maybe should tell Kinzo about the witch being here or whatever, and then Kanon looked outside and he was like, oh my god, I feel like I have Beato's eyes on me or something like that. Very interesting. And I think that's the gist of it. It sounds like we didn't really do a whole lot. Did they also discuss the mystery? The puzzle? Last time? Were they at the beach? I barely remember. No, that happened the time before that, I think. It's been too long. I don't remember anymore. Something along those lines. But I think we covered like the key points. I have a feeling she's still too big. Maybe if you put her here. That's okay. I don't think text is gonna go any further. Alright. We tab into the game. And, I don't know, do I have a log? Oh, we do have a log. A charm in her pocket. The charm? Oh! Is it the... Oh yeah, we had a very heartwarming moment between Natsuhi and Jeshika. Where Jeshika gave her the little charm that she got from Maria to, like, ward off evil things or whatever, or, like, witchcraft. And I'm guessing that's the charm that is... being talked about here. Yeah. Okay. I think that about covers it. Yeah, I don't remember anything else. All right. Let me drink a little bit of water and then I'll start reading. It seems the weather will be like this all day tomorrow after all.
Yare. 今日の日中が嘘のようだぜ。
Dang, this makes the good weather we had earlier feel like a lie. Joji and Nikki and I were killing time in front of the parlor television. At that point, Jeshika returned. Her face was still blank, but it looked like she'd calmed down a little since we'd last seen her. Oh yeah, she was very disappointed in the adults, especially her parents, apparently. I don't think she hates them as much as she claims. At least not her mother. I feel like she can sympathize with her a little bit. Maybe they just both hate Klaus, hopefully. He deserves it.
Maria wa mada shouzou ga mae?
Is Maria still in front of the portrait?
いや、
Nope.
さっき戻ってきて、今はそっちのソファーで寝てるぜ。
She just came back and she's sleeping over there on the sofa.
マリアにはもう遅い時間だもんな。
It's getting pretty late for her after all. Looking at the clock, I saw it was a little past 10 p.m. Even if we were planning to stay up all night, it was about time to head back to our room.
一応うちのお袋が屋敷にも部屋を用意してくれたんだけどよ。
Well, my mom did have a room prepared for us in the
どう
mansion.
する?
What'll we do? Oh yeah, I think the cousins wanted to go back to the guest house.
僕はゲストハウスに戻りたいかな。
I'd rather head back to the guest house.
親たちの様子を見る限り、僕たちはお屋敷にいない方がいいと思う。
Going by what we saw of our parents, I think it'd be better if we weren't in the mansion.
俺も同感だぜ。
I agree.
子供は邪魔せず引っ込んでろって感じみてえだからな。
Feels like they're telling us kids to mind our own business and stay out of their way.
おとなしくそうするさ。
Let's be good little boys and girls and do that. I have a feeling that they'll stay in the guest house and then they'll come back and Rudolph will be dead. I really hope he doesn't die, but I feel like he kind of predicted his own death and it's over. As we were talking about this, Aunt Rosa came into the parlor. She was looking all over restlessly, probably trying to find Maria.
ローザおばさん。マリアならそこのソファーっすよ。
Aunt Rosa, if you're looking for Maria, she's over there on the sofa.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
すっかり眠っちゃってるわね。
My, she's out cold.
ベッドに移さないと。
You must move her to a bed.
よかったら僕がベッドまで背負っていきましょうか。
If you'd like, I'll carry her over to a bed.
ありがとう。助かるわ。
Thanks, that would be wonderful.
ジョージ君たちはゲストハウスに戻るの？
Are you all heading back to the guest house?
それとも夏日姉さんが用意してくれた部屋に泊まるのかしら？
Or are you going to stay in the room Natsu-ne-san had prepared here?
今話し合ってました。
You were just talking about
ゲ
that.
ストハウスへ戻ろうかって話になったところです。
We just decided to head over to the guest house.
そう。
I see.
ならマリアも一緒にしてあげてもいいかしら？
Then could I ask you to take Maria with you?
いとこのみんなと一緒の方がきっと安心できると思うしね。
I'd feel much more reassured if she stays with all of you cousins. Why would you not want her here with you? Maybe she knows evil things are about to happen in here and people are gonna get killed over money. Behind those words, she seemed to be concealing some regret that the adults, herself included, had deeply hurt Maria's feelings.
任してくだ
That
さいよ、
too,
おばさ
I
ん。
guess. Leave it to us, Aunt Rosa.
何しろこっちにゃマリアをあやすことに関してはエキスパートがいるっすからね。
After all, we do have an expert at comforting Maria with us.
それは僕のことかい？
Are you talking about me?
僕だけじゃ無理だよ。
I couldn't do it myself.
みんなでだよ。
We'll need everyone together.
そうだぜ。
That's right.
バトラだってあんなにもマリアと意気投合してふざけ合ってたじゃねえかよ。
Batra, weren't you the one who hit it off with Maria when you were messing around earlier? As we said this, Aunt Rosa smiled, looking truly happy.
みんなありがとう。
Thank you, everyone.
私たちの話し合いはだいぶ遅くまでかかりそう。
It looks like our meeting will last until very late.
だから申し訳ないけどマリアをみんなにお願いするわ。
So, while I'm sorry to burden you like this, I'll be counting on you all to take care of Maria. I almost forget that she was the one who beat up her own child in front of other people when she acts like this. Oh, I think she is covering something after all. It makes you forget that she's actually a little bit of an awful parent when she acts so normal and nice afterwards. I don't know, I feel kind of bad. Maybe she won't ever do it again. Maybe it's fine. Maybe she just slipped. I don't know. It's crazy. It is. I don't know. I can't bring myself to hate her yet. Maybe that'll come down the line. If she doesn't hit her again, maybe we can forgive it. Yeah, something like that.
おいマリア熟睡か？
Hey, Maria, are you sound asleep?
ゲストハウスに戻るぞ。
We're going back to the guest house. Maria muttered something indistinct, rolled over, and fell back asleep. It looked like she was sleeping deeply.
すっかり寝込んじゃったようだぜ。
She's really out
起
cold.
こすのは悪いな。
I'd hate to wake her.
僕が背負うよ。
Right, I'll carry her. Hello, Ayo. Welcome in. Maria's body was much lighter than it looked. I lifted her up and put her on Joji Aniki's back. It was raining hard outside, and Aniki couldn't hold an umbrella and carry Maria at the same time. It looked like Aunt Rosa would come with us as far as the guest house to help out. However, when she heard Uncle Klaus's voice call out to her, she had no choice but to return.
困ったわね。
Now that's a problem.
もう戻らないと。
I have to go back now.
皆さんゲストハウスまでお戻りですか？
Is everyone returning to the guest house? After we left the hall on the way to the entrance, the door to the servant room opened and Chanon-chan stepped out.
だいぶ暗くなっておりますので、私がご案内させていただきます。
It has grown very dark, so allow me to guide you.
ちょうどよかったわ、シャノンちゃん。
He's been working all day long. Hello, Derek. Hello, Nayut. Welcome in. Also, thank you for the hydrate. That would be great, Chanon-chan.
ジョージ君がマリアをおぶっていってくれるの。
Joji-kun is going to carry Maria there.
傘をさしてあげてくれないかしら。
Could you hold an umbrella for him?
はい、かしこまりました。
Yes, certainly. Shanon-chan brought umbrellas for each of us and a flashlight to guide the way. As we opened the front door, the downpour was quite terrific. It looked like we wouldn't have any spare time to take a pleasant walk and enjoy the nighttime rose garden. That is a lot of rain.
兄貴、重くねえか？
Aniki, is she too heavy?
俺が背負うぜ。
Want me to carry her?
大丈夫だよ。
That's okay.
マリアちゃんくらい背負えるよ。
I can at least carry Maria-chan. I think if I remember correctly, I saw that the other version of Umineko had like animated rain, which would have been cool, but I also kind of like the background of this one.
本当にありがとうね。
I'm truly grateful.
マリアをよろしくお願い。
Please take care of Maria.
わかりました。
Sure, you got it.
じゃあ、おやすみなさい、おばさん。
Then I guess this is good night, Aunt Rosa.
それでは、お送りしてまいります。
Then I will see them over there and return here.
ええ、よろしく。
Yes, please. Aunt Rosa watched us leave.
マリア、いつも。ごめんね。
Maria, I'm sorry for everything. Rosa's mumbling voice didn't reach the person in question, nor any of the kids, but disappeared beneath the sound of the rain. Man. I really like the animated rain. I think it would have been a nice addition. Maybe I'll play the other version for the answer arcs. I haven't decided yet. We'll see, we'll see. Also, hello, Kuro. Welcome in. After cutting through the rainy rose garden, we arrived at the guest house.
俺がマリアを背負って立候補すりゃよかったぜ。
If only I'd applied for the position of Maria carrier.
そうすりゃ傘を差してくれるシャノンちゃんのでっけえお乳を二の腕でたっぷり堪能できたってのによ。
Every time he sounds happy, he says shit like this. I kind of want him to be unhappy. I want him to be suffering. I want him to be depressed. I want you to be sad and miserable. I hate you. I hate this guy. The original sprites are so much better, though. I do have to agree. I saw some of the console sprites, and I do think they look nice, but they're not up to Rikishi's standards. I'm sorry, I just prefer these. Then I would have gotten a chance to have Shanon-chan's huge boobs rubbing all over my arm.
そんなつもりじゃないよ。誤解だよ。
That's not why I did it. It's a misunderstanding.
そうしないと、ジョージ様が濡れてしまうと思いまして。
Get me out of here! I thought that if I didn't walk like this, Joji-sama would get all wet.
ほーら、バカなこと言ってないで入るぜ。
Come on, quit babbling and go in. After being urged on by Jessica, we folded up our umbrellas and went into the guest house.
お召し物を濡らしてしまった方はいらっしゃいませんか？
Is Batara the kind of character you want to put in a tiny bottle and shake it? Yeah. I want to put him in a blender and then, you know, mix him up good. Has anyone gotten their clothes wet?
タオルを用意いたしますが。
I can bring some towels if you want.
そこまで気を使わなくていいぜ。
You don't need to worry about us that much.
ありがとうよ、シャノンちゃん。
Thanks, Shanon-chan.
そうだ。
That's right.
僕たちはこれからトランプでもして少し遊ばないかって話なんだけど、よかったら少し一緒しないかい？
We were planning to play cards or something. Would you care to join us for a bit?
あれ？
Huh?
今日のシフト、深夜勤は誰になってんだ？
Who had the night shift in today's schedule?
親族会議中は特別シフトになってたと思いました。
I believe we had a special schedule during the family
少
conference.
し変更も出てるみたいなので、ちょっと確認してきます。
Also, I think a few alterations have been made, so I will go and check.
ああ、わざわざ屋敷に戻らないとわからないんなら無理に。
Wait, if you have to go all the way back to the mansion to find out, don't force yourself.
大丈夫です。
Oh, that's alright.
ゲストハウスの使用人室でわかりますので、
I can find out from the servant room in the guest
ちょっ
house.
と失礼しますね。
Please excuse me for a short while. Shanon-chan gave a quick bow and went into the guest house servant room. The rest of us headed for the cousin's room and decided to put Maria to bed for the time being. Maria was sleeping very deeply, and there was absolutely no sign of her eyes opening. For now, we get some soft drinks out of the room's refrigerator and drink those while playing cards or something. Did she brush her teeth? Is this gonna be a Keiichi situation where he just never brushes his teeth and Maria doesn't do it either? That's okay. Maybe she did. Maybe she doesn't need to brush her teeth. Maybe she doesn't have any. No, wait, she has her little fangies. Never mind. She needs to brush at least those. That is one of the craziest Keiichi things. It's really funny. I don't know why that's stuck in my brain. Where we're going, we don't need teeth. Who needs them anyway? I don't need food. I brush my teeth, which I usually don't do. This fucking guy. Oh, I miss them. I don't know. I love Higurashi so much. I want to replay it almost. I think reading the manga will give a similar kind of feeling. Recently, I went to the dentist and got my brushing complimented. Child me would be so proud. I think since I've gotten older, my dentist has been praising me more as well. I feel like when I was a kid, they used to be like, you've got to brush your teeth better. And nowadays, they say that it looks pretty good. So I think I'm doing great. But I'm also using an electric toothbrush, which I didn't used to use when I was a child. I used to just chew on my toothbrush when it wasn't an electric one. So I don't know why I did that. It was just kind of satisfying to feel the plastic get destroyed between my teeth. And therefore, I didn't really brush my teeth super well. I did chew on mine as well. It was just kind of nice. I don't know why. Spooky's brushing form is immaculate, the height of perfection. Oh.
Kanon-kun? Genji-sama までこちらに。
Kanon-kun, and you're here too, Genji-sama.
今夜のシフトはどうなっているのでしょうか。
What has happened with tonight's shift?
クラウス様の命令があってね。
Klaus-sama has given an order.
シフトの大掛かりな変更があったんだよ。
He made some sizable changes to the shift schedule. Indeed.
ゴーダがお屋敷の深夜勤に変更になった。
Goda-san now has the night shift at the mansion.
シャノンとカノンはゲストハウスの深夜勤。
Shannon and Kanon have the night shift in the guest house.
私と熊沢はゲストハウスに泊まるようにとのご命令だ。
Kumasawa-san and I have been ordered to sleep in the guest
お
house.
前も今夜はこのままこちらにとどまるよう。たった今電話があった。
Just now, a phone call came saying that once you arrived, you were also to remain here for the rest of the night.
え？
Huh?
ずいぶん大掛かりな変更ですね。
That certainly is a sizable
お
change.
屋敷とゲストハウスの当番がまるっきり逆になってるじゃないですか。
The shifts at the guest house and the mansion have been completely reversed, haven't they? Originally, Shannon and Kanon had been assigned the night shift in the mansion, while the night shift in the guest house, where all of the relatives were staying, had been assigned to Goda, who had an abundance of experience in entertaining. Kumasawa should have been sleeping at the guest house, while Genji should have been sleeping in the mansion. However, it seemed that Klaus had suddenly ordered that the schedule be modified. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion had all been reversed, and Genji was spending the night in the guest house.
多分ベアトリーチェ様の手紙のせいだろうね。
It's probably because of Beatrice-sama's letter. I have a feeling this will be relevant. Poor Goda, you're a full-time chef and you also need to work the night shift, yeah. But I think that he will happily do it, you know, to impress them and to, I don't know, get a raise or whatever. But, you know, if someone dies in the mansion tonight, you know, it means that it must be one of the people there. I'm expecting someone to get killed tonight. I don't know why. I mean, we were quite literally told so by Rudolph, but I strongly believe someone will die because of that. It also just feels right.
多分ってどうして？
Why probably?
あんな怪しげな手紙が現れたらクラウス様が僕たちを疑うのは当然だからね。
After such a mysterious letter appeared, it was only natural that Klaus-sama would suspect one of us.
親方様直属の僕たちを極力 親族会議の席から遠ざけたかったんだろうよ。
We served directly under the master, so Klaus-sama tried as best as he could to keep us far away from the family conference. Genji, Shannon, and Kanon were all permitted to wear the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, as the servants who served directly under Kinzo. Of course, since they were working for the Ushiromiya family, they had to obey anyone's orders, but their only boss was Kinzo. Since only Kinzo held the right to employ them, even Klaus could not have dismissed them of his own accord. Because of this, Klaus and the others often viewed these servants as Kinzo's underlings and shunned them. And in fact, Kinzo seldom let anyone other than them enter his study. This sudden shift change was probably a clear expression of the sense of mistrust that had caused. Considering the time Kinzo had left to live, this would definitely be the last family conference before the problem of the inheritance came up. On top of that, the mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had dropped in out of the blue. Klaus definitely wanted to keep Kinzo's loyal subjects away from the table of such a delicate and important discussion.
ではすまんが、私は向こうでくつろがせてもらう。
It also doesn't help that they were clearly eavesdropping on some conversations, however they did that, and they reported back to Kinzo. I think they mentioned that they suspected that someone ratted their conversation out to Kinzo, so I'm guessing that didn't help very much. If you would excuse me, I will go rest.
もし何かあったらすぐに呼ぶように。
If anything happens, call me immediately.
今夜のお客様は特別だ。
Our guest tonight is a special case after all.
はい、かしこまりました。源氏様。
Yes, certainly, Genji-sama. Do they mean Beato? With a special guest? Genji nodded back, went behind the screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after a day's worth of tension.
今お戻りになられたのはお子様方。
The ones who just returned now, were they the children?
親族の方々はお屋敷で会議を。
Yes, the other relatives are having a conference in the mansion.
だいぶ長引きそうな雰囲気だったかな。
It looked like it would drag on for quite some time.
なら気楽だね。
Then we've got it easy.
これ以上の深夜になって、しかもこの天気。
It's already this late and there's this weather.
多分親族の皆さんはお屋敷の方のお部屋にお泊まりさ。
The rest of the relatives will probably spend the night in their rooms in the mansion.
多分ね。
Yes, probably.
源氏様がいないから言うけど、
I'm only saying this because Genji-sama isn't
ゲス
around.
トハウス行きになってちょっと嬉しかったかな。
But I'm a little happy I was sent to the guest house, I guess. I mean, I get that. The mansion is full of, I don't want to say assholes, but assholes?
どうしてだい？
Oh, why is that?
意地悪な奥様やエヴァ様から離れられたから？
Because you can stay away from Madam and Eva-sama, those bullies?
それとも別の理由があるのかい？
Or do you have another reason?
別の理由なんか
It's not as though I have
ありません。
another reason.
そっか。
She sure does. But honestly, the fact that there's the adults in the mansion and they're all kind of bullies, as Kanan said, is reason enough to not want to stay there with them.
なら二人で深夜勤を頑張ろう。
I see. Then let's do our best together with our night shift.
よろしく、姉さん。
I'm counting on you, Ne-san.
私ついさっきお子様方にお部屋で遊ばないかとお呼ばれしてて。
Just now I was asked to go to the children's room and play with them. Kanan hung her head apologetically, gazing at Kanan uncertainly. Kanan didn't try to meet her eyes and spoke curtly as he sighed. It looked like he didn't plan on indulging his sister.
ダメだよ。
You can't.
深夜勤を仰せつかってる。
You were assigned to the night shift.
それに僕たち家具には遊びのお誘いは必要ない。
Besides which, it isn't necessary for furniture like us to respond to an invitation to play.
わかるね。
You understand, right?
そんなこと分かってます。
Yes, I do understand. Kanan's shoulders drooped slightly. She had already expected that Kanan, a stickler for rules, would say something like that, but she still seemed a little discouraged. As Kanon flipped through a logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon.
ならお子様方お待たせしてしまってるね。
That means the children will be waiting for
深
you.
夜勤に当たってしまったからご一緒できないと謝ってこなきゃ。
You'll have to apologize and tell them that you have the night shift and won't be able to stay with them.
行ってきなよ。
Go and come back. He is ruthless. He does not care. Hello, Fita. Hi, hi. It's going well. Happy Friday. Oh, I'm so sad for her. She deserves a little bit of rest, too. I wonder if they really do turn into furniture. Like, we talked about Beauty and the Beast last time, right? Don't they also turn into humans and furniture? Like the candle, the teacup, and stuff like that? What if the same thing happens here? What if they just turn into furniture at specific times during the day, or they get turned into furniture by magic or something? They do indeed. Yeah, I think I remember something like that. I wouldn't put it past these characters to also turn into furniture by some type of magic, be it through their own magic or maybe Kinzo. I do have a feeling that Umineko will have more supernatural elements than Higurashi. Even though Higurashi at the end had a lot of supernatural elements. Magical indeed. There will be magic involved. Huh? Yes.
私謝ってくるね。
I'll go apologize and come back. Shannon hurriedly stood from her seat before her brother's mood could change and flew out of the servant room after giving a quick bow. After he watched her go, Kanon took a single deep breath. Genji's voice came from beyond the screen. He
Kanon.
listened in.
私がここにいるからお前も行くといい。
Kanon, I will be here, so you can go too.
源氏様誘われたのはシャノンだけです。
Genji-sama, Shannon was the only one called.
僕は別に誘われては。
It's not as though I was invited. But she's only going to say no and apologize, right? Kenzo turning his favorite chair into a human. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him, you know? That would... I can see that.
その場にいなかったからお声をかけられなかっただけだ。
That is only because you were not there at the
言えば
time.
お前も誘われている。
If you had been, you would have been invited as
た
well.
まには子供らしく遊んでくるといい。
It is good to play as a child from time to time.
いえ僕には必要ない行為です。
No, such a thing is not necessary for me.
人の子には遊びも必要でしょうが
Human children may have a need to play,
僕らは家具ですから。
but we are furniture.
そうか。
Is that so? Why do you keep saying that? Oh, I'm going to explode. Please, someone explain. What does that mean? It's driving me crazy. They keep saying it, but there's no explanation for it ever. It's driving me crazy. Kenzo, I'm sorry. I'm very impatient. Kind of a character that Spooky will probably like. I already like him, but I want him to be able to be a child, you know? I want him to be able to goof around. It would be very heartwarming. It would be very cute. I would be very happy. It makes everyone feel awkward when you say that. Kanon, you gotta stop. True! Just do more reading streams. More? Already? It is hard. It is hard to do 4 hours of reading, I'm not gonna lie to you. Time passes by quickly. More quickly than other streams, I feel like. But it's also kind of exhausting for my voice, particularly. After an Umineko stream, my voice is gone. I sound dead. Because I am dead. But it's fun. It's fun. But I think twice a week is good enough. We're already 40 minutes in. Don't say that. Don't say that. Time passed by so quickly and I barely just got here. Is that so?
姉さんだって
Nei-san is
家
also
具です。
furniture.
人のふりをしたって
Even if she pretends to be a person,
後で苦しむだけなのに
it would only hurt her later.
僕はそれが分かっているから 人に近づきたくないだけなんです。
I understand that, so I try not to get too close to people. That's all. Genji did not say anything after that. After a while, he stood up and used a pot of hot water to make powdered cocoa, serving some to Kanon as well. Furniture doesn't drink hot cocoa. Hello, Shavix. Good
そりゃ本
morning.
当かよ
What's he screaming about? Is that for real?
そりゃ知らなかったぜ
I had no clue.
バカ、声が大きいぜ。
Dumbass, you're too
マ
loud.
リアが起きちゃうだろ。
You'll wake Muddy up. I thought I was so surprised that he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere. His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell back into a deep sleep. Jishka gave him a jab, and he lowered his voice.
いやしかし言われてみれば確かにそれっぽい雰囲気はあったんだよな
Still, seriously, now that you mention it, they really did have that kind of atmosphere, didn't they?
なるほどなジョージの兄貴がな
Ah, now I see. So Joji Aniki is. Joji couldn't be seen anywhere in the room. A short while ago, when Chanon came into the room, Joji suddenly said that he'd forgotten something in the mansion and needed to go back and get it. Are they dating? Chanon said she would guide him, just like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them departed together.
いや、昔からそれっぽい気配はあったんだぜ。
Well, there's actually been signs of it for a while
好
now.
きなものを聞いてきたり、趣味を聞いてきたりさ。
You know, questions about hobbies and favorite things.
単に関心を持つだけにしてはどうもなんて思ってたらよ。
I always thought it was a bit much for a passing interest, and look what's happened now.
そういや昔っからジョージの兄貴はシャノンちゃんにやたらと優しかった気がするぜ
Come to think of it, I get the feeling Joji Aniki's always been overly nice to Shanan-chan.
なるほどな
Now I get it. I see it. Thank you for the 65 stream streak, Shavix. I appreciate it. Are we going back to the mansion? I don't want to go. What is this? What?
天気予報によると今夜が一番ひどいみたい。
Where'd they go? What is this room? Let me confess this, I kind of like master and servant dynamics, even romantically. They can definitely be nice. I do like them in specific scenarios. In other scenarios, it's just plain weird, you know? It highly depends on the people involved and how equal the relationship is between those two specific people. If it's like, you know, abusing your power and that sort of stuff, I don't think it's that nice anymore. If it's like consensual and everyone gets treated with respect and on equal footing, even though, you know, technically they should be on like different positions, I think that's kind of nice. The power imbalance can be kind of, yeah, I agree. According to the weather report, it looks like it'll be at its worst tonight.
明日いっぱいもやまないらしいけど、もう少しマシになるそうだよ。
It also seems like it'll last all day tomorrow, though. It should get a little better.
そうですか。
Really?
では、あさってまでは船は来られないかもしれませんね。
Then maybe the boat won't arrive until the day after tomorrow.
ジョージ様の月曜日のお勤めに差し支えが出ないか心配です。
I hope that doesn't interfere with your work on Monday.
台風が来ていることは知っていたからね。
I already knew the typhoon would be coming beforehand.
万一に備えて月曜日には予定を入れなかったから大丈夫さ。
Just in case, I made sure I didn't have any plans for Monday, so it's okay.
こう見えてもスケジュールは先読みできるタイプなんだ。
I may not look it, but I really am the type who can plan ahead in his schedule. Joji puffed out his chest, acting proud. Compared to the calm appearance Joji always had as the oldest cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. Sanon chuckled at this abrupt contrast.
さすが。やがては会社を起こされる方はしっかりしていますね。
It's no surprise you're so well prepared as someone who'll bring prosperity to this company someday.
やっ
His
ぱり
company.
会社を起こすというのは大変だね。
Well, making a company prosper really is a tough
お
job.
金とかそういうのだけじゃないものがとても大事だって。
Money isn't the only thing that's important.
父さんのところで勉強していてわかるよ。
I learned that well when studying under my father.
会社を起こすということは城を持ち部下を率いるということ。
Making a company prosper is like owning a castle and leading your subordinates.
うちの父さんは秀吉って名前だけあって戦国武将のエピソードがとても好きでね。
My dad really loves reading about great leaders during the warring periods of Japan, a hobby that's probably influenced by the fact that he shares Toyotomi Hideyoshi's name.
会社経営の哲学をよくそこから語るんだ。
Much of his philosophy on managing businesses comes from talking about them.
知ってるかい？
Did you know?
戦国最強の騎馬軍団と恐れられた武田信玄も
Oh my god,
最
he's
初は
info
部
dumping
下た
on
ちの
her.
結束がバラバラで統率力をまるで発揮できなかったんだそうだよ。
Takeda Shingen, who was feared as the leader of the strongest cavalry corps in the warring period, started out with his troops in complete disarray. It didn't have the kind of strong leadership necessary to utilize them well. And she's just like, yeah, sure, yeah, okay, whatever you say. I'm pretty sure working hard at your dad's company, he doesn't even know what'll hit him. I'm pretty sure that's what every girl wants during a romantic rendezvous in a rainy night. Yeah, what is this guy on about? What are you talking about? She'll probably find it endearing that he's such a big business nerd, but I... Dude, read the room. This is not what you should be talking about. He's a history nerd. Oh, God.
そうなんですか？
Is that true?
なんだか意外ですね。
That's a little unexpected. She's like, yeah, whatever you say, man.
信玄は部下たちを結束させるため数々のリーダーシップを発揮してるんだよ。
In order to unite his troops, Shingen showed his excellent leadership in many ways.
例えば戦場で武功を立てた部下に対し
What are you talking about?
すぐその場で報奨を与えたり
For example, when a soldier succeeded well in battle, he would immediately honor them with a
普
medal.
通こういうのは戦が終わってからまとめてやるものだからね。
Normally, that kind of thing was put off until after the war, and they were all awarded at once.
それを戦場の本陣の中にいながら
Keeps
まめ
going
にや
on
り
and
続け
on! Hello, seriously, what the fuck, Clap? Hi, hope you're doing good today. Shannon's staring at him with hum. Are we gonna make out or not? Look, she totally expected this to go a different way, and now she's just like, okay, well, let him go on about his rant for like 30 minutes. It's okay. I don't have anywhere to be. Hello, Irom. Hi. Yeah, he's nerding out a bit for some reason. I don't know. He doesn't get the hint. He continued this diligently while on the field of
部下の
battle.
武功を素早く評価しやる気につなげたというのは非常に大きいことだよ。
And immediately showing his appreciation for his troops' military exploits motivated them in an extremely significant fashion.
それから部下が病気で伏せった時には
Yep.
誰よりも早く駆けつけお見舞いをしたとかね。
Also, whenever one of his troops was brought down by an illness, he would be the first to rush up to them and care for them, and so
武
on.
田信玄は戦国最強の騎馬軍団を率いただけじゃない。
Takeda Shingen wasn't just the man who led the strongest cavalry corps in the warring period.
戦国一の部下思いの人だったんだよ。
He was the person who cared the most for his troops throughout the warring period.
そんな方だから部下の皆さんもついてきてくれたんですね。
And because he was that kind of a person, all of his troops went along with him. The truth was, Shannon had already heard the story several years ago. But whenever a discussion of his father led to this sort of topic, Joji would always glow and look like he was having a great time. So Shannon just smiled without interrupting, urging him to continue. Her girly, she's just trying to sit through it again and again. There's a chance this might be Rikishi's idea of romance too. I mean, it is kind of romantic, you know? I feel like, I don't know, maybe two people that like each other should be able to listen to each other nerd out about whatever they're interested in and just be like, yeah, sure, you go on, you nerd out about this. I will just listen to you because I think you look happy while you're talking about this and it's kind of sweet. I can see it, I can see the romance. I feel like, especially if you've already heard that story before, it must be a little awkward if you were hoping for something else, you know, during your little get-together, but, you know, it's still kind of romantic-ish. Yeah. Hello, Chaotic Yo-Yo Share. Hope you're doing good today. Bro learned about this on Tuesday, and this is the person he's had had the chance to tell about. It's just constantly on his mind. He seems very happy about it, so I don't know. Maybe this is just how people socialize and have normal conversations. Maybe this is just normal human existence, and I'm making a bigger deal out of it than it is. Anyway, talking about maids is a type of flirting. I would say so. If someone talked passionately to me about maids, I would be very, you know, but that's also because the topic interests me. So, you know, that's different. It's different. It depends. If both people are interested in the same thing, it could be a type of, well, not flirting necessarily, but like social, I don't know, whatever. I'm not a social person. I don't know anything.
確かに資本主義の世界ではお金は力で石垣の高さでもある。
This is just Rikishi's chance to talk about his special interest, isn't it? He likes history. He's a history nerd, so I think Rikishi is just having a good time through Joji right now. Flirt with Spooky. It's impossible, I'm afraid. Doesn't work. You know it, yeah. 100%. Capitalism, grr. Evil! Of course, in a capitalist world, money determines both your strength and the height of your fortifications.
戦も城も自分一人じゃ成り立たない。
But you can't build up a castle or succeed in war by yourself.
大勢の部下に支えられ、その力を借りて初めて成立するものなんだよ。
Such things can only be accomplished with the support of many subordinates by borrowing their strength.
それを理解してから父さんの背中を見ると自分がいかに未熟で。
After understanding this, when I look at my father's back, I realize how immature I am.
父さんがどれほどの切磋琢磨をして今日を築き上げてきたかがよくわかるんだ。
I can clearly see how much competition he had to overcome before building up all he has now.
ジョージ様はお父様のことをとても尊敬されているんですね。
Joji-sama, you truly look up to your
羨
father.
ましいです。
I'm jealous.
あ、ごめん。別にそういう意味で言ったんじゃないんだよ。
Sorry, that's not how I meant it.
すみません。私も別にそういう意
I'm
味で
gonna
言ったつもり
explode.
は。
I'm sorry, that's not how I meant it either. This is why I don't play like VNs that have romance as a focus in my streams, because I get so awkward when stuff like this happens. I'm like pinching my skin because I'm like, I'm feeling so awkward right now. I'm so sorry. I cannot read this out loud and be completely normal and stoic about it. This is very, very intense for me right now. The two of them awkwardly looked at their feet. Gah. Shannon had no parents. She had been brought up in an orphanage owned by Kinzo called the Fukuin House. He owns an orphanage? Under the guidance of Kinzo, their honorary director, the orphanage offered members who excelled a chance for on-the-job serving experience. If their efforts met with Kinzo's approval, they'd be able to leave the orphanage and work as servants for the Ushiromiya family. Is child labor okay? Was that okay in the 80s? In Japan? I don't know. This was considered to be the highest honor for those who lived in the orphanage. Servants from the Fukuin house all took names with the character On in them while they served. Okay. So Shannon wasn't her real name. The same went for Kanon. All of the members of the Fukuin house were orphans. At least they were all people who had been separated from their parents under special circumstances. Because of this, the orphans had been taught to think of each other as their only family. That's why it seemed so natural to both of them when Kanon called Shannon his sister. And while both Shannon and Kanon were working in the mansion today, there were several other servants possessing the On character in their names, such as Manon and Lennon, who often worked in a rotation schedule. However, There were not many servants who stayed with the Ushiromiya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years. So you could probably say that Chanan, who had been working for 10 years, was a notable exception to the rule. Working as a servant for the Ushiromiya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad at all. Working for a full 3 years would earn more than what was needed to enter mainstream society. That was why, even though the orphans realized what a harsh task working for the Ushiromiya family was, they still hoped to be accepted. Maybe the fact that Chanon managed to continue working for 10 years wasn't because she had more willpower than the other servants. Maybe she'd gotten stuck working for 10 years because she didn't have the courage to say that she wanted to quit. I get that. Ginza couldn't even trust his own blood relatives, and those excellent servants sent from the Fukuin house were the only ones he could rely on. Because of that, Kinzo would sometimes allow them to wear the family crest as servants under his direct control, and have them work close to him.
もう勤めて10年近くになるんだっけ?
Why are you talking about work? Doji, bringing that stuff about how you admire your parent to an orphan might have not been so bright. It's okay. He's trying. He's trying his best. I love the awkward situations. I just giggle and kick my feet. I do that when I'm playing stuff on my own. But when I'm playing it with other people, it's like I can't watch super romancy stuff with other people around because I get super awkward. I don't know. I get uncomfortable, you know? I want to be able to giggle and kick my feet by myself, not with other people around. So then I just feel, I don't know, nervous. Hello, Mika. Let me snooze the ads. Hold on. You've been working here for almost 10 years now, right?
だいぶお金も貯まったんじゃないかい?
You must have saved up a lot of money by now.
どうでしょう。
I wonder.
別に私、買いたいものも特にありませんし。
It's not like there's anything in particular I'd like to buy.
ほんの何百万かあったって、それで残りの人生を過ごせるわけもありませんし。
After all, a few million yen isn't enough to live off for the rest of your life.
目標の額があってお勤めを続けてるわけじゃないのかい?
So the reason you've been working all this time wasn't to hit some target sum?
そうですね。
It was because of you, baby girl. Be cringe, be free. I will do my best. Doji's gonna be like, so Shannon, recently I went on a world trip with my family to Hong Kong and ate caviar. Oh, you've never been? Oh, that's such a shame. You should go sometime. It's okay. You know, he's trying. They're clearly in very different positions, but he's doing his best. They like each other. That's all that matters, right? Yes, that's right.
私はこのお屋敷以外に行くあてもありませんし。
I have nowhere to go outside this mansion.
お嬢様とも他の使用人の子たちとも仲良くやれてますし。
And I've been getting along well with my lady, milady, and the other young
奥
servants.
様には時折お叱りを受けますけど、バラの世話やお屋敷のお掃除も楽しいですし。
The madam does scold me sometimes, but caring for the roses and cleaning the mansion is fun. Cleaning is fun, I see. I don't agree, but if it makes you happy, that's all that matters.
でもそれはシャノンちゃんの
But that can't be your entire life, Shannon-chan.
サヨちゃんの人生じゃない。
No, Sayo-chan. Is that her real name? Oh yeah, I was thinking about what special meaning the orphanage name might have. Fukuin? Does that have any special meaning? I feel like Rukishi likes to do that kind of stuff, you know? Hide special meaning in building names and whatnot. Gulp! Kanon cast her eyes downwards when she heard her real name. She understood what Georgie was trying to say and fell silent.
僕は成人し社会人になってからも勉強して分かったことがある。
I think Diana read the kanji in her stream. I can check it out. If you want to, that'd be nice. I'm curious. There's something I've learned as I continue to study even after becoming an adult and a full-fledged member of
子
society.
供の頃 僕らが思っていたほど人生は単調で短くないんだ。
A human's life is not as monotonous or short as we thought when we were kids. All school-aged kids have certain fears they can't shake. They wonder whether they'll live the rest of their lives like sleepy classes after a monotonous and boring school day. Spending their time in a carefree laziness without anything interesting happening until it's all over. However, life's only like that for underage students. Compared to a human's life, the time they spend as students is nothing more than a blink of the eye, a period where they break through the shells of their immaturity. The inside of the shell might be a hot, suffocating, and boring world, but the world beyond that shell is vast and filled with limitless possibilities.
君の人生はまだシャノンという殻の中でしかないんだ。
So far, your life has been trapped inside the shell called Shannon.
君は自分の人生がこの生活のままずっと続いていくと勘違いしてるんじゃないかな。
I think you're under the mistaken impression that your life will continue like this forever.
それは
Oh, is it because of the whole furniture thing? That's... Shannon couldn't deny those words. She'd been unable to harbor any clear doubts about her lifestyle. And since she never had any hope or goals for changing herself, she lazily continued living the way she always had. And if asked whether this life was satisfying, she wouldn't have been able to nod. She may have been intentionally averting her eyes from the truth. Without Joji's admonishments, she would have continued pretending not to notice as her real life slipped away bit by bit, neglected.
ジョージ様、私はこのままでいてはいけないのでしょうか。
Joji-sama, is it wrong for me to continue living this way?
いけないよ。
Yeah, it is. Okay.
あ、それから今ルール違反が一つあったね。
Oh, and by the way, didn't you break one of our rules just now? Joji immediately gave a strict answer, then broke out into a mischievous smile. Shannon already knew what she was being chided for, and she hung her head again, apparently embarrassed.
僕たちしかいないときは様はなしの約束だよ。
Then you promise not to use Sama when the two of us are alone.
約束では聞けません。
I couldn't obey that as a
で
promise.
すが、ご命令で
Oh
したら
god, I
聞か
can't.
ないわけにはいきません。
But if it was an order, I would have to obey it.
私は家具ですから。
Because I'm furniture.
じゃあ命令だよ。
Please, why would you say it like that? The foggy glasses when he says that. Yeah, please don't look like this when you're saying stuff like this. I'm gonna die. Then it's an order.
はい、
Yes,
かしこまりました。
certainly.
ジョージさん、
Choji-san. Oh god, gonna explode. Pushes up glasses, smirks. As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said Joji's name again, this time following it with sun. You know what? Reading Batara's perverted sentences is not as bad as reading this dialogue right now. I don't know what it is. This is too innocent, too pure for me. I'm weak to this. Ryukishi clearly has his own thoughts about master-servant relationships. I mean, he kind of lived that fantasy out through Iria sometimes, you know. This is kind of exactly what Iria wanted, no? Having his own maid and whatnot, and I don't know, he was weird. But it's kind of funny that we have this type of dynamic being talked about in two of his VNs already. Imagine Batara alone with Shannon in a rainy gazebo. Honestly, he would make it funny. I think I would actually enjoy that over this right now. I don't know.
それでいいよ、さやちゃん。
Yes, that's fine, Sayo-chan. Uji smiled at Shannon, no, Sayo, to praise her small act of bravery. Whew. The short exchange alone made it clear how far back their relationship must have stretched. For a long while, the two talked as if the weather raging about them didn't even enter their thoughts. They talked about the many memories they'd built during their relationship that no one else knew about. Every once in a while, a flash of lightning would attempt to interrupt them, but this could sully neither the roses nor the time they spent blushing at each other. It's too pure. That's right.
君に見せたいものがあって。
I have something I wanted to show you. And he says the creepiest sentences with his glasses being foggy, or I don't know what that is supposed to be. Maybe it's just supposed to be the glare on his glasses and not actual fog, you know? But it looks so, so creepy.
なんでしょうか。
What could it be? Joji, who had been speaking eloquently, suddenly started to stutter. Watching him, Shannon seemed to guess something. Joji timidly searched through his pocket. Something got caught in the depths of his pocket, and just like the stuttering Joji, it took a little while to get it out. It was a very small box covered in a deep blue velvet. That peculiar shape was enough to tell anyone what was resting inside. The soundtrack is cool. Shannon had prepared her heart somewhat, certain beforehand that this was what he'd been planning. But even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. Wait, what? Is he gonna... Wait, I didn't fully process that. Is it... He doesn't have a ring, right? Am I stupid right now? Is he gonna propose to her? Joji opened a small box, took something out, and held it out for Shannon to take.
これを君に受け取ってほしいんだ。
I want you to take this.
このような高価なものは、お受け取りできません。
Hello, Krungo. Hello, Latai. It's definitely being implied it's a ring. It does sound like he... I mean, I don't know if he's proposing to her, but it does sound like it's a ring. Listen to the music. It's very nice. It reminds me of a certain horror movie right now. Horror movie? Which one? I, couldn't accept something so valuable.
受け取れない。
You can't take it?
いえ、
No.
こんなもの、
I'm
私には
unworthy
過ぎていて。
of such a thing.
さよ、これはお願いじゃない。
Sayo, this isn't a request.
命令だよ。
It's an order.
この指輪を受け取って。
Take this ring! Okay, why does he have to be so assertive? I'm gonna fucking... Ah! I hate it when he says that. I want to kill him. Ooh.
命令では
I can't. If it's an order,
従わなくてはなりません。
I cannot disobey.
そうだね。
Yeah, that's right.
いい子だよ。
No! Stop saying shit like... No, I can't. No, I don't want to read that. Oh, that's cute. This is way better than the dialogue. Don't remember the name, but the guy would say he wanted to show people something, that pull out a box with something disgusting in it. That's terrifying. Yeah, I don't know. This is not something that you should order her to do. She should be doing this willingly. Well done. It sounded like he said, yeah, he said equal, which I think often also gets translated into like good girl, which, oh my god, that may make my skin crawl. Ah, I'm gonna It's, I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm sorry. This is probably supposed to be very sweet, and I'm just making it way worse. And it sounds so weird. It made me grit my teeth when I said it. I'm sorry. What do curses with additional ick? No, I don't like this. I don't like the relationship as much as I thought I would. It literally means good girl. It just gets worse and worse. I had a hard time reading this scene too. Okay. Yeah, I agree. There is a certain power dynamic that makes it kind of weird. She seems to be into it. She seems to really like him, but it still is weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. Adult flirting is basically a coin flip on whether or not it seems extremely cringe to outsiders. I don't know if I would say cringe. I'm just uncomfortable with the situation. I don't like Georgie. I don't like his personality. Shauna, not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from Georgie's hand while still staring at the ground. We only have 40 seconds till the ad break, so I don't see the ring, unfortunately. I wish we could see it, but we only see bare hands. She's very cute. I love how she looks in the console art style as well. She's very, very adorable. I mean, she's a maid. There's nothing that could make her not adorable. She looks beautiful. That's a very small tie, I just realized. It just sits on her chest for some reason. I mean, sure, why not? I don't know, the weird thing is that Chanan doesn't seem to be gaining more personhood from being with Georgie. He's just ordering her to do what he wants. I mean, it's just kind of the relationship that they have, I suppose. It's not like she said earlier that, oh, you know, if you want me to do that, you should just say it's an order. She's like playing along with it, so I guess it's okay, but it doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't hit the romance spot. It makes me find him repulsive. She's very cute. I love her. She's like one of my favorite characters as of right now. She's super cute. Did you like Georgie when he first showed up? You thought he was skeevy, right? I didn't particularly love him. I thought that he was a little weird. I think the glasses being foggy just reminded me of Idiot, and that just automatically bumped him down. I don't trust him, and I think he's a bit weird. I don't trust him. That's it. And then this comes around and I trust him even less. I have a feeling that he's gonna be someone that I will hate. I will hate him by the end of this game. I have a feeling. Maybe I will like him. I don't know. But right now, my heart is saying, I don't like that guy. I just assume it's roleplay. It could be. It could just be their dynamic. Maybe they're both really into this. I don't know. I don't want to judge their roleplay kink? Question mark? I think I'm the only person on Earth who didn't immediately hate Georgie. I don't know. I can't say why I don't like him. I just don't trust him. Let me say this, you know what would make life more comfy to you and your new bride? Some bars of gold? Oh god. And maybe he'll fight hard to get some gold, to get her out of here, to have her live a better life. Maybe he will turn out to be very sweet and cute. Who knows? Right now, I'm having the ick from this guy, but that's okay. Maybe that'll change. Anyway, there's an ad break. There's 2 minutes left. I'm gonna go on a break for 2 minutes, drink some water, stretch, all that stuff, and I will be right back. Alright. It's time to get back into this. Let me adjust the volume. How do I get the text back? There we go. Maybe this will be very cute. I don't know if he's asking her to marry him. Maybe this is something like a promise ring. Like, hey, I really like you. I don't know, maybe we can promise to be together in the future. Because he didn't officially ask her if they wanted to get married. I don't know how long they've been in a proper relationship, but maybe it would be a good time to ask. But he didn't officially ask yet. He just gave her a little ring. Thank you. Welcome back to you too, Fita. Did I read that? Shanan, not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from Georgie's hand while still staring at the ground. That ring wasn't a simple accessory. It was a noble object meant since ancient times to be offered to a special woman under special circumstances. Okay, I see how it is. You just know Eva's gonna hit the roof when she finds out. I don't know. I feel like she doesn't have a hatred against Shannon. I think she just uses her to piss off Natsuhi. Therefore, while Joji could order her to take it, he could not order anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend not on an order, but on Sayo's own will.
だからここからはもう命令じゃない。
Okay, at least he's saying something that isn't creepy. So from here on, I'm not ordering you anymore.
さよ、
Sayo
明日までに言葉でない形で
proceeds to give her a request / order. Sayo, I want you to give me your answer by tomorrow without using words.
わかるね。
Without using words? Do you understand? Okay.
どうすれば
How should I...
もうこれ以上は命令じゃないから僕は君に命令はしない。
I won't order you any further, so this isn't an order.
でも指輪は指にするものだからね。
A ring is something you put on your finger after all. Just because you say it's not an order doesn't make it not an order.
気に入ってく
You're
れたなら
implying it.
好きな指につけてくれればいい。
The foggy glasses are killing me. If you like it, you can put it on any finger you choose. Shannon had only pretended not to know. She already understood what he wanted her to do. But she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life.
もうこんな時間だね。
Look how late it's
今夜
gotten.
はこれくらいにしよう。
Let's call it a day. Joji turned away from Shannon, acting just a bit bluntly.
君に左手につけてほしいと命令することもできるかもしれない。
I could probably order you to wear it on your left
君も
hand.
命令されればそれに従えるという臆病な甘えがあるかもしれない。
You might be timid and dependent enough to actually obey that kind of order.
でも最後のここだけは君のさよの意志でしてもらいたいんだ。
But I want at least this last step to be done by your own will, Sayo.
わかるね。
Understand? I don't know, man. I'm not feeling this relationship. I don't feel it. I'm sorry. I'm not vibing with this right now. I find this repulsive. I like him less and less the more he opens his mouth. I do not... Please say no. Do not get married to this guy. I don't know him very well, but I don't like him. I really don't. You thought you were marrying a guy who likes you and said he wants you to solve his riddles. You're smart. I like you. Think about the power dynamics, Joji. You're making this creepy, Joji. At least, you know, I feel validated knowing that I'm not the only one who feels this way. I don't know what it is. I can't pinpoint it, but it's just the way that he talks to her. I don't know. I'd be scared for how he might react if he saw she isn't wearing the ring tomorrow. I mean, I don't think he'd be the type to, like, completely lose his shit. He might be disappointed, but I don't know. I don't see him getting super angry and assholey, but who knows? Understand?
はい。
Yes.
だからそれが命令。
So, that's my order.
今夜よく考えて明日その返事を見せてほしい。
I want you to think about it well tonight and show me your answer tomorrow. Shannon nodded back. Today was the culmination of their many days spent together. This moment certainly hadn't come as a surprise to Shannon.
そろそろゲストハウスに戻ろうか。
We should be getting back to the guest house soon.
これ以上遅いとみんなを心配させちゃうよ。
If we take any longer, we'll make everyone worry about us.
あ、
Oh,
すみません。私、
I'm sorry, I...
その、お屋敷に用を思い出しまして。
I just remembered something I had to do in the mansion, so...
その、
Uh,
お屋敷へ行かねばなりません。
I have to go back to the mansion.
こんな時間に
At a time like this?
本当かな。
Is that true? Doji stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously. He definitely saw through Shannon's lie. But it's not a lie, is it? It's the night shift. Technically, she does have to go back. Well, not to the mansion, but Wait, did she say the mansion? Oh yeah. Well, that is a lie then. However, when he saw how she felt, he could sort of understand that she might be so embarrassed that she'd want to be alone. So because Georgie realized the meaning behind Chanon's lie, he accepted it. I think this was supposed to come off as cute and sweet, and now I feel kind of bad that it didn't hit the way that Rikishi maybe had intended for it to hit. I'm sorry. I don't like this character you've written, Rikishi. He makes me feel sick. But I can see that he tried his best to make him seem nice by not ordering her to put the ring on. It seems like they've been romantically involved for some time based on the dialogue. I mean, yeah. She seems to be happy. At least she didn't seem weirded out or anything, or like she was uncomfortable. So, you know, in the end, it's her decision. As long as he doesn't order her, I'm okay with it. Doesn't mean that I have to like him, but it's okay. It is fine, as long as she is happy, I guess. Shannon entered the entrance hall to the mansion with a tottering gait. A mixture of exultation and uncertainty gave her a feeling that she couldn't easily describe. It swelled up in her chest until it felt like she was about to burst. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take a deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. Inside, Gora, who had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion tonight, was absorbed in a worn-out crossword puzzle magazine. He looked up for an instant to see if one of the family had come, but when he realized it was a fellow servant, he returned to his puzzle as if nothing had happened. Not even a hello, nothing. If you lie, you have to go to the mansion. You don't actually have to go. Yeah. She could have stayed in the guest house. But that would have meant having to go back with him. And standing around doing nothing because there's nothing to do. Not everyone's romance writing is for everyone after all. True, true, true. You don't have to like every ship.
源氏様より郷田さんのお手伝いにつくように言われてまいりました。
Genji-sama told me to come and help you.
ああ、そうですか。それは助かります。
Is that so? That's a relief.
そろそろ戸締まりの見回りに行きたかったのですが、ここを開けてもいいものか困っていたのです。
I was just about to go check that the mansion was fully locked up, but I felt uneasy about leaving this room unmanned.
何しろ、旦那様方の会合はまだだいぶ続きそうですからね。
After all, Klaus-sama and the others meeting looks like as though it will continue for quite some time.
いつ何時お茶のご用命があるかもわかりませんし。
They might request some tea at any moment. Oh, I think they just showed the time when the screen cracked, but I didn't really read the clock, so I don't know what time it is right now. Probably pretty late.
そうですよね。
That's true.
ではどうしましょうか。私が留守番を。
Then what shall we do? Should I watch over?
ではシャノンさん、申し訳ありませんが、お屋敷内の見回りをお願いします。
In that case, forgive me, Shannon-san, but I'll ask that you patrol the mansion. But she isn't even supposed to be here, right?
私はここで親族の皆さんのご用命の待機をしておりますので。
I will stay here awaiting the family's orders.
はい。
Yes. Shannon was slightly disgusted. Even though she'd come here to help out as a favor, she was casually being forced to do the job of the person actually on duty. I expected nothing less. It's 11:37 right now. Probably really late. Yeah, I'm guessing it's like almost 12 a.m. He just wants to do his old man crossword puzzle. He's having fun. Furthermore, after one-sidedly forcing that task on her, Gora returned to his magazine once again and became immersed in his crossword puzzle. He's a bit mean. Shannon bowed her head as a token sign of respect for her elder, then she left the room to patrol the mansion. Thanks to her being a bit ticked off, she managed to suppress that floaty feeling she'd been having until just now. And anyway, she couldn't let Genji or Kanon see her looking like this. She wanted a little time to herself until her heart calmed down, so maybe going on patrol wouldn't be so bad. she began to hear the tumultuous voices of the family discussion coming from the dining hall. Someone was speaking at great length, only to be interrupted by someone else. The second person also began to speak in a very long, drawn-out fashion until yet another person interrupted. That kept on repeating. It was as though their displeasure was seeping out through their voices. She had been told to go to the guest house, so it would be bad if Klaus discovered her. Thinking this, Shannon dashed past the dining hall. Then she went along a prearranged route through the dark mansion, checking that all the locks were secure. She walked down the hall, checking each window. There were no humans on Rokenjima other than those connected to the family, so locking up didn't really serve much of a purpose. It's kind of funny, the mentioning of humans. Specifically, humans. I wonder if witches count as humans. Hello, Space. Hi, welcome in. I thought you would take a break after Higurashi with Ryukishi's work. I was planning to, but then I got too interested in playing Umineko, and so I just started basically right away after like a week break or so, but I was just too curious about the story, so yeah. Gora, a piece of shit. Honestly, he's kind of an ass. He seems like... they did mention that he comes from Tokyo, right? Or like a bigger city, fancy hotel, bigger city, something like that. He seems exactly like that type of person. I'm not surprised with how he acts. I have so much to catch up on. It's only... wait, what stream is this? Number 6? You know, it's only like 20 hours. Don't worry about it. I could give you a little rundown, but I don't think that'd be super fun, honestly. Rich family, children of the rich man in charge, fighting over inheritance, something, there's witches on this island. I'm thinking, gold, 10 metric tons of gold are the inheritance, and they have to solve some kind of puzzle riddle to get to the gold, and then they inherit everything. But for that, stuff has to happen. They have to find some kind of key, and that key chooses people to be sacrificed to the witch Beatrice. And yeah. A lot of stuff has happened now that I think about it. It's kind of hard to summarize. Still haven't seen the end to Rika's chapter. Oh yeah, there's still a lot to go for you then. Although, I think that was only like 3-4 streams. So not too bad. Plus 6 Umineko. That's okay. Finishing Umineko by Q1 2028. It's more likely than you think. Yeah, that could very well happen. Also, hello, Zazzle. Something furniture. Yeah, some of the servants are referred to as being furniture. We don't know what's happening yet. A lot is still open, but it's very interesting so far. Ryukishi kind of got really good at building suspense, kind of? I don't know. I feel very intrigued by the little that we have already uncovered. Even though the beginning was just character introductions and stuff, I feel like that was very well made. Higurashi was a lot slower in that regard, but I like both. It's just very different, and I like this approach as well. Also, hello, Skip. Hi. The furniture part is so sad. I have a feeling it's going to be very sad. I have some theories in my brain, but nothing conclusive yet. I woke up from a nap just now. Good morning, gamer. Good afternoon, gamer. Have a good one. I'm gonna watch VODs for a while then. Okay, thank you for watching the VODs. I hope that you enjoy it. And also thank you for stopping by. Also, hello, Laika. Hi, welcome in. There's a bunch of rich people on an island squabbling about an inheritance. There is also a legend about a hidden treasure of gold bars owned by a witch. Yeah, that's a pretty good summary. Just missed the Joji scene. Yeah, Joji just, I guess proposed to Shannon, and it was repulsive is the only thing the only word that I can find for it, in my opinion. You may like it, if you so wished. I don't. I wasn't a fan. That scene, I didn't like it. But, you know, maybe their relationship will be more likable down the line. Who knows? Haha. I'm not feeling super hopeful. But, you know, we'll wait and see. No one had been in the habit of locking up at the Ushiromiya head family, at least not until Natsuhi had scolded them for being careless. The metal fixtures on the windows were ice cold, and she checked them one by one. The glow in her heart seemed to cool down. Golden butterflies. Where's the witch? At that time, she thought she saw something twinkling across the hall. Twinkling? How could anything be twinkling through the darkness of the hall? She figured she must have been imagining it, but she still held her breath. Grasping a curtain, she fearfully gazed down the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder brightening the hallway, she was unable to glimpse any flicker again. That was kind of cool. It was kind of ominous, a little bit scary, creepy, but beautiful at the same time. But the music is clearly unsettling. It must have been her imagination after all. Maybe her heart was so agitated that she'd seen something that didn't even exist. Shonan went back to checking the windows. However, a certain unnerving memory was resurrected in the back of her mind. It was that ghost story which had been passed down amongst the servants who served the Ushiromiya head family. The mansion had two different masters, one of the day and one of the night. Beatrice, the master of the night, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies. That was the story. Come to think of it, didn't Kanon-kun once say he'd seen it with his own eyes? Though he got sulky when I said he must have imagined it and refused to believe him. Could it possibly be true? The roar of the thunder gave no answer. I want her to show up so bad. I'm waiting. I'm trying to be patient. I want her to show up so bad. Please. I don't even know what she sounds like. I want to hear her voice. I have no idea. I know what her sprite looks like. But that's it. I know nothing else. This mansion is kind of beautiful. I would shit my pants walking through here. What if she just comes out of the painting? Nothing is happening. Do I press? No, I don't do anything. I'm scared. I'm looking directly into her eyes. That was very ominous. Very intense. That guy. Oh, console background. Jump scare. This is kind of cute. I like this. This is very adorable. I got an achievement. 24. Well, 12 a.m. is I think what they mean. And I can't read it because I'm looking into Beato's eyes. Oh, this is so cool. Oh boy, it's 6 a.m. Time to wake up. Good morning. The second day, October 5th, 1986. Ooh. I want to read my achievement. Okay, hold on. What did I get? I got All of the pieces are in place. What will you see on the game board? Okay, ominous, ominous. Oh god, I can see what achievements other people are getting, and I can see, because I'm friends with Didi on Steam, and she's also currently playing it on stream, I think. I can see what achievements she gets. That is, I have to be careful. The anticipation. Sayaka Ohara really kills it as Beato. I really look forward to it. Stereotypical cackling old Halloween witch voice, surely. I have no idea what to expect. She's a little bit of a troll, you know? She runs around playing pranks on people. I wonder. Nanja was conked out. Six a.m. when my shift starts. I wonder if the servants have to be up the entire night. There wasn't that many of them. Do they just eventually fall asleep? I don't know. They were up at 12 a.m. And if they have to get up at 6 a.m., they didn't get a lot of sleep. They got Makoto Naigi. It's time for day 2. Oh man. I should play Danganronpa again. It's someday. Someday. Genji tightened his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night, but the thick rain clouds didn't seem like they'd be letting any trace of the morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from
やはり今日いっぱいはやみそうにないか。
It seems it will last all day after all.
お待たせしました、源氏様。
Sorry for keeping you waiting, Genji-sama. Talon finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. On their normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to have to suffer going straight from a midnight shift to an early morning shift. They were on a special schedule for the 2 days of the family conference. However, unless the typhoon passed today, the relatives' stay on this island would last until tomorrow. Kanon thought it best to be prepared for the special schedule to last an extra day. Might be a special schedule because of the siblings. The siblings? The two of them left the guest house, opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain on the previous night. Even though they'd spent several days making it beautiful to welcome the guests, one stormy night was enough to ruin it. Kanon sighed. It was actually very unfortunate. They also never found that rose that Maria was looking for. The two headed for the mansion. They were supposed to meet up with Goda and prepare breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist that he had probably already woken up and was probably already preparing a breakfast as exquisite and elegant as glasswork. I'm assuming they went to sleep at some point. I think for the family conference, the servants have to essentially work overtime. That's so unhealthy. If you are forced to only sleep like 5 hours or so, but you have to work essentially the entire day. You're walking around between 2 buildings, one of them being huge as hell. You're constantly talking to people. You're constantly like being overly friendly and everything. That must be rough. They definitely slept, yeah, a little bit at least, though not nearly enough. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion and folded up their umbrellas. Genji took a bundle of several keys from his pocket and unlocked the front door. The Ushinomiya family mansion was the only thing on Rakenjima, so in the past, they hadn't been in the habit of locking up. However, Natsumi had ordered that the mansion be locked up from midnight to early morning. Oh, okay. I don't know where we have a console background. This is just what we have to live with. I hope they don't get these hours outside of the gathering. I think it's probably a lot better. Ever since then, unlocking the door in the early morning had become part of the servants' morning shift. This task had been given to Genji and Kanon so that Goda could start preparing breakfast as soon as he woke up. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep.
では、朝の仕事を始めよう。
Well then, let us begin the morning chores.
はい。
Yes, sir. The two of them split up and began opening the curtains throughout the mansion. The curtains stayed closed. The mansion would remain enveloped in faint darkness as though it was still trapped in the previous night. Following a well-rehearsed procedure, Kana went around the mansion, opening the curtains for one window after another without having to retrace his steps once. It's kind of funny, that console background had closed curtains, and now we have the normal OG background that doesn't have closed curtains. They don't have a closed curtains version in the OG, I'm guessing, which is why we had the other one. Hello, broski. Hi, welcome in. We are playing Umineko, or rather reading it. It's a visual novel. Even with this horrible weather, drawing the curtains made it feel just a little bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. Even though he hadn't smelled anything yet, his stomach started aching for some of Goda's prized cooking.
おはようございます。
Good morning. He tried to greet Goda, who should have been getting breakfast ready, but Goda was nowhere to be seen. The kitchen was darkly lit, and not only were the curtains not open, but the fan wasn't even running. It was still cold without any trace of a fire being lit, so of course there were no signs of breakfast being made either. Though it would have been inexcusable, perhaps Goda had overslept. Even servants are only human. They sometimes sleep in and show up late. In the rare case that such a thing happens, it's part of a servant's code to hide the unsightly scene before anyone notices, smoothly cover it up, and make sure the family never even realizes that anything has gone wrong. What if he died? Umineko, doesn't that have an anime? Yeah, apparently it's pretty bad. So you should read the manga or play the visual novel. Pretty good so far. I recommended. No brekkie. Well, this is coming from your pay. They should just give his pay to the other servants for picking up the slack, as they say. Kanon took the receiver of the phone that had been fitted to the wall and dialed a number for the extension line in the servants' sleeping room. You couldn't hear that characteristic sound of a dial tone. Kanon tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, he couldn't hear the usual dial tone. He tried dialing again, but it had no apparent effect. Could the lightning last night have damaged some machine breaking the extension line? The equipment in this mansion was all worn out. Kanon fully understood that even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. He gave up trying to wake Goda with the phone and dashed over to the servants' sleeping room. How long has it been since I stopped sleeping and started lazily staring up at the ceiling? No, I don't want to switch over to Natsuhi. I want to know what happened. Oh man, I'm too intrigued. What happened to Goda? Umineko manga is on par with the VN, sometimes better, sometimes worse. The anime's only quality is giving voices to these characters for the first time, and the joke EP previews, those were funny. I think I'm gonna still watch it because I just want to see the characters animated, but yeah, I haven't heard particularly good things about it. I do like the anime opening though, the music is really good. The anime also doesn't have the answer arc, which is like the most important part. I wonder if they had like a season 2 planned, but then people disliked season 1 and then they gave up, or does the anime have an original ending? That vague sense of awakening was part of Natsuhi's usual morning experience. She always slept lightly, and she couldn't sleep at all without medicine. To Natsuhi, sleep was definitely not a happy thing. No wonder she gets headaches if she doesn't rest properly. When she looked outside, she saw that it was still pouring. If she hadn't sensed a tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought that it was still the previous night. She herself was one of the hosts, so she mustn't wake up later than her guests. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness. Oh, I kind of like the wallpaper here. It's Urple-ish. No one would torment her as long as she remained inside this room, and her headache wouldn't get any worse here. This room was the only place she could find peace. So when she left, it meant returning to the world where her husband's siblings kept trying to stab each other in the back. She deserves some rest, man. The anime just never got an answer arc, probably because everyone hated it, yeah. Maybe they wanted to make it, but then no one liked it, and then they just gave up. I say that, but I still need to finish episode 8. I look forward to watching it regardless. I think I'll probably see it the same way everyone else does, but I'm sure that I can find something to enjoy about it regardless. It doesn't have to be perfect, I suppose. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just stay locked up in this room forever? That ridiculous notion brought a bitter smile to Natsuhi's face. She was starting to sound like Kinzo. Everyone just lock yourself up in a room. Though she often complained about Kinzo staying locked up in his own room and refusing to attend everyone else, the truth was that she longed to do the same. Natsuhi gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the reawakening of her usual headache. She must be really stressed out. When she reached for the doorknob, trying to leave her room, her hand touched the scorpion charm that she had hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. It was Maria's charm, which Natsuhi had received from Jeshka. Did Jeshka say something about it having the power to repel magic, telling her to hang it from her doorknob? Maybe it was thanks to that charm that at least this room had been protected from the malice of her husband's siblings. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more cheerful.
ジェシカのおかげで少しはゆっくり眠れたということかしら。
I wonder if I have Jeshka to thank for the little bit of peaceful sleep I managed to receive. Then Natsuhi remembered. That's right, last night I promised Jeshka that I'd give her a charm of my own in exchange for this one, didn't I? Natsuhi opened a drawer on her dresser and took out an antique accessory case that she had treasured when she was a child. Inside, there were many small objects that Natsuhi had thought were valuable at the time. From amidst those, she pulled out a red pouch. Inside was a small, round mirror about 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something with historical value. At the very least, it seemed much more authentic than the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion keychain. She had heard that this was a spiritual mirror for warding off evil spirits, and she had been given it specifically by her grandmother when her grandfather's mementos had been distributed. It had been believed since long ago that a strange power resided in this mirror. Perhaps people thought it could reflect calamity and malice in the same way it reflected light. Natsuhi returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jeshka. It would be heartbreaking if for some reason Jeshka was dead. I have a feeling Goda is not gonna be super healthy. And it is kind of interesting to think about the fact that Beato was probably roaming the mansion last night, and maybe Natsuhi would have died, but maybe instead of Natsuhi, Goda got absolutely sliced up by Beato. I don't know. I could see her killing people, but I'm not sure. I would say I'd assume the siblings would be the first people to kill someone, but would they kill a servant? But if it only wards off magic, then it must be a witch that does killing, maybe? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm talking nonsense. What an odd thing to say. Jeshka gave away her Maria shield. Please don't let her be dead. Please? Just as she was placing it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed throughout the room. Yes?
おはようございます、奥様。
Good morning, madam.
源氏でございます。
It is Genji.
早朝から申し訳ございません。
My apologies for waking you so early.
今行きます。
I'm coming now.
何事ですか？
What is it? No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, nor had they come to wake her in person. Perhaps something bad had happened. Maybe Goda is just gone. Is it okay to give something your grandmother gave you believing it keeps you safe away like that? To your daughter? Yeah. If you just give it away to someone that you don't care about, that no. But to your own daughter, I think that'd be okay. Maybe some fatal oversight had been made while preparing breakfast, something that would shame the household in front of their guests. Well, no breakfast is certainly not good. Natsuhi took a deep breath in anticipation for whatever troubles she was about to hear of. When she opened the door, Genji once again gave a morning greeting while bowing deeply. Natsuhi tentatively responded.
おはようございます。
Good morning.
何かありましたか？
Did something happen?
申し訳ございません。
My apologies.
昨夜の落雷で電話機器に故障が出たようです。
It would seem that the telephones have broken down due to the lightning last night.
内線電話が不通になっておりますもので、 直接のお伺いになってしまったことをお許しください。
The extension telephone isn't working, so please forgive me my coming to see you directly.
内線電話が普通？
The extension telephone isn't
そ
working.
れは面倒になりましたね。
That will be troublesome.
修理は可能ですか？
Will it be possible to fix it?
残念ながら故障箇所がわかりません。
I'm afraid we don't know the location of the damage.
後で業者を呼んで修理させたいと思います。
Later on, I would like to call in an expert and have him repair it. With an ongoing typhoon? Or maybe it's just the rain at this point, but I feel like it'd be kind of hard to get someone come here to fix a telephone when the weather is like this.
ということは、この台風が過ぎるまでは修理不能ということですか？
Does that mean we'll be unable to have it repaired until after the typhoon
つ
passes?
まり、客人たちの滞在中はずっと普通ということですね。
Then it will remain broken down for the duration of our guests' stay.
客人たちのお世話に支障は？
Will that hamper our efforts to care for our guests?
出ないよう最善を尽くします。
We will do all we can to ensure there are no problems. So that just means that the servants will have to run around the mansion more because they can't talk over the extension telephones. They just have to communicate face to face, which means they'll be on their feet even more. Poor guys. How will you call without a telephone? Also true, you know? That's actually a good question. Maybe by letter? I don't know. I have no clue, actually. I don't know. Message in a bottle. Maybe. I'm genuinely trying to come up with an answer. Telegram? Maybe? They must have something. Some kind of communication device. Smoke signals. They're gonna invent a smartphone. Easy. Bean can telephone, of course. Bean. Hello, Butt Crisp. Hi, hope we're doing good today. Whoever's reading this, please fix my internet. That's my only wish. They could boat out after the typhoon. Yeah, that makes sense. It would be a hassle, but I feel like that's the only option. Maybe there's like a public telephone somewhere nearby, on a nearby island or whatever, and they can just use that.
結構です。
Ask Beato for a favor. Just, I don't know, summon her with magic and ask her to contact an electrician. Please, help us.
粗相のないようよろしく頼みます。
Very well. I'm counting on you to make sure we have no blunders. Natsuki let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst. But damage to the telephones wasn't the kind of trouble she was worried about. Then again, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm from Ava. Natsuki gave her head a light shake.
朝食の準備は順調ですか？
Are the preparations for breakfast proceeding well?
それがゴーダの姿が見えません。
As to that, we haven't been able to find Goda.
朝食の支度もまだ行われておらず。
The arrangements for breakfast have yet to be carried out.
なんですって？
What did you say? Natsuki was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than the phones not working. Why didn't you mention that before? Despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time and then come to something like this when the relatives were visiting? Natsuki put her hand to her forehead and shook her head. Lots of head shaking today.
大方朝寝坊でもしているのでしょう。
Well, I suppose he slept
とにか
in.
く誰でもいいから急いで朝食の準備を。
At any rate, just see to it that someone hurries up and prepares breakfast. I don't care who. Well. Okay. Let's see, his headache is about to get worse. Are they gonna find a corpse? I'm scared. Let's see, exited into the hall and turned around for a second to close the door to her room. The creepy thing she saw there silenced her completely. Thing? god. Oh no, I'm feeling, oh no, this is awful. It was an unpleasant sight, as though someone had dipped their fingers in a reddish black liquid and scratched at the door around the doorknob. Ugh, that is an awful description. It was probably some sort of awful prank, arranged by some person who wanted to make it look as though they tried to force the door with bloody hands. Oh, that is creepy as hell. Oh, I just got shivers. Oh. A body has been discovered, probably. Sometime soon. Genji's priorities are all backwards for problem solving. That's fine. It's such a creepy scene. It was well done with the sound effect too. They used a similar sound effect in Higurashi, and that always made my oh god, what do you call it? I got goosebumps. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah. That always made me get goosebumps. Also, scratching? Scratched at the door around the doorknob. That is very unsettling. It's one thing to like touch the door handle, but like to scratch the door is very unpleasant. Good thing she had that charm, the plastic charm. That would have not been good otherwise. Hello, Noelle. Welcome in. Skin crawl, yeah. But what sort of prank is this? Oh, sorry. I cut her off. How awful.
私も今ここにお伺いして初めて気づきました。
Yeah, that's weird as hell. So either, I don't know, Goda was dying and he wanted to get into her room for whatever reason to like scream for help or whatever. But if she's a light sleeper, then... well, she took medication, probably. So maybe she was knocked out. And maybe Goda was like, hey, help, I need help, I'm dying. And she didn't notice. And that's why there's like scratches around the doorknob. Maybe he died somewhere around that area. Or someone tried to get into her room in a very creepy way. Or, I don't know, marked her, whatever. Either way, it's unsettling as hell. Yeah, the order in which he says these things is kind of funny. I would have led with, hey, you have blood around your doorknob. That's kind of weird. Also, Goda is missing. That's kind of weird, huh? Clutching his crossword puzzles. He died doing what he loved. We wouldn't be scratching rather than just turning the knob, though. I reckon magic barrier stuff. I agree. I think that's more likely. Though, I don't know, if you're super desperate, maybe you would start clawing at the door to get in, you know, if, you know, turning the doorknob doesn't do anything and you're just, like, on the ground trying to get in, maybe you would scratch at the door. I don't know. But yeah, probably magic shenanigans. Also, hello, Miggles. I also just noticed it as I came to call you.
後ほど清掃いたします。
I will clean it later. How is he so calm?
大方
But perhaps
趣味の悪い客人の冗談でしょう。
this is a vulgar joke by one of the guests.
不愉快です。実に不愉快です。
Disgusting. Truly disgusting. Who in their world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? Natsu had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. So even if she pushes the issue, it would just seem as though she was making a fuss about nothing. Let me guess. Eva is the biggest suspect right now. In fact, it would surely be better to act as though she hadn't even realized that such a prank had been played on her. Natsuki gave the order to have it cleaned and headed off to the parlor with a squeak of her heels. The Kenjima disease makes you scratch doorknobs with your nails. Ugh, the feeling. Ugh. Imagining what that must feel like under your nails is gross. Yukishi really likes the clawing at stuff. It's creepy. He definitely got that down. I can see the story starting to pick up. Yeah, I'm thinking Goda maybe is dead, but we don't know. When Natsuhi and Genji arrived in the parlor, Eva and Hideyoshi were already there.
おはようございます、皆さん。
Good morning, everyone.
おはよう、夏日さん。
Morning, Natsuhi-san.
朝食も合田さんが作るっちゅう話やないか。
I heard Goda-san would be making us breakfast too.
朝から胃袋が大喜びで騒ぎっぱなしなんや。
My stomach's been getting all excited since I woke up.
本家の楽しみは食事くらいがせいぜいですものね。
Oh my god. After all, it seems food is all you can look forward to at the head family household. She's so evil! Do you think Shannon is safe? Oh, yeah, we haven't seen her yet, right? Oh gosh. I sure hope so. That'd be so sad if she just died. She can't give a reply to Joji.
エヴァさんも朝からご機嫌がよろしいようで何よりです。
She looks so pissed. I'm pleased to see that you too are in high spirits so early in the morning, Eva-san. With a wary expression, Natsuhi returned Eva's gaze, which was fiercely competitive despite the early hour. Then Kanon jogged in. For bowing an apology to the relatives for running inside the mansion, he noticed Genji and told him something in a small voice.
カノン、
お
ゴーダはまだ見つからないのですか？
Kanon, have you still not found Goda?
申し訳ございません、奥様。
My apologies, madam.
お屋敷内もゲストハウスも回ったのですが、
I went all over the inside of the mansion and the guest
ま
house,
だ
but I still haven't found him.
一体どこへ行ったというのです。
Where in the world has he gone?
とりあえず今はゴーダより朝食の準備が先決です。
At any rate, breakfast is a higher priority than finding Goda right
至
now.
急対応しなさい。
See to it immediately.
はい。
Yes. When this was first translated, I was still half asleep late at night trying to power through this long intro, and I got so alert with Natsuhi finding the doorknob. Honestly, I feel like I could read the entirety of the first episode, the rest that remains, just by that doorknob scene, you know, because it's so intriguing. I want to know what happened, and if I don't find out this stream what happened, I'm gonna keep thinking about it all weekend long until Sunday. Kanon glanced at Genji. It seemed he had something else to report, but was uncertain whether or not the words should come from him. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself.
奥様、
Madam,
ゴーダだけではありません。
oh no. It is not only Goda.
旦那様の姿もありません。
Okay, I thought it was Shannon. Your husband is also nowhere to be found. That's not so bad.
主人が？
My husband.
はい。
Yes.
奥様より先に旦那様に朝食の準備がないことをご報告しようと思い、
Even before
寝室
visiting
をお
you,
伺いしたのですが、お姿がありませんでした。
I went to his room to tell him that breakfast wasn't being prepared, but I did not find him there.
それから旦那様だけではありません。
Furthermore, he's not the only one missing. Not the only one?
ルドルフ様ご夫妻と
Oh,
ローザ様
okay.
のお姿もありません。
Rudolph-sama, his wife, and Rosa-sama are nowhere to be found.
ゲストハウスにも？
Not in the guest house?
屋敷にもですか？
Nor the mansion.
はい。
Everyone is gone. Wait, how many people does that make? 4? Right? No, 5. Rosa, I forgot her. So 5 people are missing. They sleep in separate rooms. I never thought about it. Oh yeah, they do. They do. Wow. Yeah, that makes the marriage even worse. They really waited this long to drop that. Yeah, this guy, Genji, is crazy. I mean, I'm guessing that he just found out about it through Kanon. I think they just mentioned that Kanon said it to him, but if you knew that beforehand, it would be crazy to just drop this now. It's not uncommon in old-style homes for the husband and wife to have separate rooms. Yeah, I guess so. If they have like really huge rooms and she has trouble sleeping too, I guess I can understand her sleeping in a different room. It doesn't necessarily have to mean that their marriage is, you know, not great, even though we know it isn't. But you know, it could just be the light sleep and stuff.
ゲストハウスの部屋にもおられません。
Yes, they were not in their rooms in the guest house either. When she'd heard that Goda alone was missing, she'd assumed he had slept in or was loafing around somewhere. However, now that she learned that several of the relatives were also nowhere to be seen, she began to take a slightly more optimistic view. Could last night's family conference have continued all night up until the present moment? If so, they might have wanted to cool their heads after being shut in a stuffy room, going out for walks on their own through the rain. The part about cooling their heads really sounded like something Klaus would say. Gora had probably been summoned to accompany them and aid them in some way. Oh yeah, what I wanted to mention is I was surprised that Genji apparently went to Klaus before he went to Natsuhi to tell him about the breakfast? Even though she's in charge of the kitchen, no? That's kind of weird, but I guess he is the husband, even though I find that strange. I personally couldn't imagine sleeping in the same bed with someone. They'd murder me. Too restless. I see. I think I have pretty deep sleep. I don't really notice when my alarm goes off sometimes, or like I will sleep through a couple of seconds of my alarm, sometimes even minutes, and then I will wake up after a while, so I think I sleep pretty heavily. Deeply? Heavily? I'm a deep sleeper? Heavy sleeper? Heavy sleeper, I think. And such a light sleep that every noise wakes me. That must be awful. I have days where I have very light sleep, but usually I'm conked out. I don't hear anything. I'm so sorry. I wish you deep sleep. Even heavy mean the same thing in regards to sleeping. Okay. Gora had probably been summoned to accompany them and aid them in some way. Gora was not a man who lost track of time. He had to understand that preparations for breakfast would be hindered if he did not return. However, maybe the family conference had continued until this very moment, with an atmosphere that would make it hard for anyone to slip out. Yes, that theory would be quite convincing for Natsuhi. She remembered the illusion she'd felt that morning, as though the previous night had never ended. When she learned that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again took a deep, wary breath. After all, that banquet of filthy vultures circling Kinzo's property was still going on. That was a scary image in my head.
あるいは海岸の方で愛も変わらず遺産の話を繰り返しているのでしょう。
I love when you talk about going to sleep and you say, I blacked out. I passed out. Perhaps they are still discussing the inheritance somewhere in the garden, or maybe the beach.
とにかくゴーダを呼び戻さなくてはいつまでも朝食の準備が整いません。
At any rate, if we don't call Goda back, we'll never be able to begin preparations for breakfast.
ってことはなんや。
So what are you saying?
兄さんたちの話し合いはまだ続いとるんか。
Are Nisan and the rest still continuing their discussion? She had planned to say it in a small voice, but Hideyoshi overheard Natsuhi and managed to grasp the situation.
兄さんもルドルフもタフね。
Nisan and Rudolph sure are tough.
ローザの場合は若さかしら。
Maybe it's just youth in Rosa's case.
私たち夕べの24時過ぎにはもう眠くてベッドに戻らせてもらったんだけど。
Just a bit after midnight, the two of us were so tired that we headed back to bed.
確かにあの時点でもまだ兄さんたちは熱論を交わしてたわ。
Though I do remember that Nisan and the rest were still having a heated discussion at that point.
男って熱くなると嫌ね。
Men certainly are unpleasant when they get all fired up. Natsuhi snorted, her face still blank.
カノン、表を探してらっしゃい。
Kanon, search outside.
ゴーダを見つけたらすぐに戻って朝食の準備をするよう伝えなさい。
If you find Goda, tell him to return immediately and begin preparing breakfast.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
夏日姉さん、表とは限らないわよ。
Natsuhine-san, we don't know for sure that they're outside, do we?
お父様の書斎ってことはないかしら。
Couldn't they also be inside Father's study? Unlikely, but there is a possibility. Chatting in the typhoon is a wild thought. Yeah, like it must be pretty windy too, no? Even if you do have an umbrella, it must be really uncomfortable and loud and pretty much impossible to hold a conversation, but maybe they're just, I don't know, going for a walk to clear their heads or something. Hello, Klaus. Welcome in.
なるほど。考えられん話やないで。
I see, that's certainly possible.
どういう話の流れかはわからんが。
I don't know what path their conversation took.
お父さんの主催に場所を移して お父さんにも混じってもらって議論を続けてるっちゅう可能性は十分あるやろ。
But there's certainly a chance they moved to father's study and let him in on the discussion.
そのような汚らわしい話題を好んで、お父様が書斎へ招き入れることなど考えられません。
I can't imagine that father would willingly let them bring such a detestable topic into his study.
あらそう。
You really think so?
じゃあ仕方ないわね。
Well then, there's nothing we can do.
源氏さんとカノン君は申し訳ないけど、外を探してきてちょうだい。
I'm sorry, Genji-san and Kanon-kun, but could you search outside?
確かに兄さんなら、頭を冷やすために外を散歩しようなんて言い出しても不思議はないわ。
It wouldn't be that strange for Nii-san to suggest they go outside for a walk to cool their heads.
たとえこんな天気でもね。
Even in this weather.
私はお父様の書斎に行ってくるわ。
I'll go to father's study.
ひょっとするとそこにいるかもしれないしね。
Who knows? They might actually be there after all.
客人であるエヴァさんにそこまでのご足労はおかけできません。
There's also the room where the gold bar was in, right? I don't know. There was a key required to enter that room. I'm guessing the servants can't look into that room either. So, you know, maybe someone is in there after all. Chatting in the dark rainy beach with a glass of whiskey. You know what? I can see it. This family would be crazy enough to do something like that. It would also be kind of cool, not gonna lie. Dangerous, but very cool. Eva-san, I couldn't ask a guest like you to exert herself
私
so.
が行ってきます。
I will go.
朝のご挨拶も兼ねて。
I can also wish him a good morning while I'm at it.
あら、じゃあお願いするわね。
Oh, then I'll leave it in your hands.
でも朝の挨拶を交わしてくれるかは疑わしいわね。
Though I doubt somehow he'll return your greeting.
夏日姉さんってお父様とは仲よろしかったかしら？
Natsuhine-san, have you always been on such good terms with father?
仲が良いかは分かりかねますが、
I don't know whether you could call it that.
後ろ宮家の跡継ぎの妻を許されるだけの信頼を得ていると確信しています。
But I am sure that I have gained his trust as the wife of the successor to the Ushiromiya family.
ならきっと返事くらいはしてくれるわね。
And I'm sure he'll at least answer you, right?
お父様とは朝食くらいご一緒したいの。
I'd like to at least have breakfast with father.
ぜひ降りてきてくださるよ。説得してくれないかしら？
Do you think you could convince him to come down and join us?
私たちはすっかり嫌われちゃってるみたいだけど、そこまで信頼を得ている夏日姉さんの言うことなら聞いてくれそうですもの。
It seems that he thoroughly despises the rest of us, but I'm sure he'll listen to you if he trusts you that much.
そこまで短歌を切ってお父様を説得
Oh
で
my
きず、
god.
一人で降りてきちゃったりしたら。
After speaking so boldly, if you're unable to convince father and come down alone,
信頼を得ているなんて二度と言えないかもね。
then I doubt you'll ever be able to claim that you've earned his trust again. She's so evil.
自信はありませんが、努力はします。
I'm not confident, but I will try. Natsuhi responded, looking discouraged. However, knowing Kinzo's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. Eva was clearly mocking her, confident that Natsuhi wouldn't be able to get Kinzo to come down. But even so, Natsuhi would lose face if she gave up, saying it was impossible and letting Eva go instead. Eva's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand made Natsuhi clench her fists slightly. When Genji realized this, he softly spoke to her over her shoulder.
奥様
Okay, we have like 30 seconds, so we're gonna listen to Genji's whispering after the ad break. I love Eva. I don't know how I feel about her. Oh, I think she's like really evil, but like in a good way. She's a super evil character, but she's written in a likable enough way that I don't hate her. I like her more than I do Joji, and Joji hasn't done anything super wrong except for being a little bit of a weirdo, you know? This combo of sprites is so good. Eva smiling and Natsuhi grimacing. I feel like that's the constant sprite combination that we get with the two of them on screen. Oh. That started earlier than I thought it would. Okay, I'm gonna take a little 3-minute break right now, and then we'll continue. Hello, sorry. I think I was gone for longer than 3 minutes. My bad. But I'm here now. I used to not like Eva for stirring the pot so much, but now I think she kind of owns it. I do not like what she's doing to Natsuhi, but I think I like her regardless, even though she's a meanie. She's cool. She's just having fun being a bastard, kinda. A little bit. Yeah, the VA is really, really good. And she plays the role so well. Also, thank you guys. Welcome back to you guys as well. All right. Oh, volume, don't forget. There we go. Madam.
よろしければこれをお持ちください。
Please take this, if you would.
それは
And this is... Genji handed Natsuhi a sparkling gold key of ornate design. It was the key to Kinzo's study. The study had an auto lock and couldn't be unlocked as long as Kinzo forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinzo, he was allowed to carry a key to that door.
でもこの鍵を使ったらあなたも咎めを受けるのではありませんか
But if this key is used, won't you also receive the blame?
親方様は深くお休みになられている時、扉を叩くくらいではお耳に届かないこともございます。
When the master is sleeping deeply, simply knocking on the door will not suffice.
それに親方様にお部屋を出ていただくよう説得するには扉越しでは難しゅうございましょう。
And it would be more difficult to persuade the master to leave his room if you must talk through the door.
ぜひお使いください。
Please use this. I love Genji. He's so cool. He's so awesome.
Genji.
Until now, Natsuhi had thought of Genji as a cold servant who wouldn't do anything for her since he worked directly under Kinzo. But it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him. She wanted to communicate her gratitude, but by then Genji had already turned his back on her and was walking down the corridor with Kanon. Kanon? Oh my god, Kanon! But as Natsuhi watched them go, the words directed at her from behind were sneering.
じゃあお父様を必ず連れてきてね。
Well then, you must bring father with you, okay?
息子のかわいい嫁の言うことですもの。きっと聞いてくれるわよ。
The way she said that is awesome. After all, it's his son's precious wife who's asking. I'm sure he'll listen to you.
私たちは客人だから、ここでのんびりくつろがせてもらうわ。
We're guests, so we'll just relax here at our leisure.
予算かエヴァ、口が過ぎるで。
Quit it, Eva. You're taking this too far.
すまんが夏日姉さん、お父さんのことをよろしく頼むわ。
Sorry, Natsuhine-san, but we're counting on you to deal with father. Without answering, Natsuhi forcefully spun around on her heels and quickly left that place. Get out of there. Cannon. I feel like Eva deserves to be killed. By me, personally. For being so mean to Natsuhi. She deserves better. After all that excitement the previous night, there was no way anyone was going to wake up early. Doji, Aniki, Jessica, and I were snoring loudly on the beds in the cousin's room. But Maria, who had gone straight to bed without joining in, was completely awake. As she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, she was met with the loud snoring of the other three cousins. For a while, Maria had to think about what had happened. After that, she realized that her mother wasn't with her, and she quite quickly got lonely. Maria left the cousin's room, trying to head to the room that had been arranged for her and her mother. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, she slammed the door shut. In response, Batara mumbled and rolled over in his sleep, but it wasn't enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria returned, once again opening the door with a lively bang. She's gonna start screaming. When she had left the room, her face had been sleepy, but now that she was back, she looked irritated. After that, she climbed up on Batara's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping on it like it was a trampoline, as to be expected. Wake up! What?
敵襲か。
Is it an enemy raid? Surround them! After making sure I was awake, Maria moved over to Joji Aniki's bed and started jumping on that too. In that manner, the three of us were all greeted with an extremely pleasant awakening.
ありがとう、マリアちゃん。起こしてくれたんだね。
How long were they up for? Thanks for waking us up, Maria-chan.
僕たちは夕べが遅かったから寝坊しちゃったのを起こしてくれたんだね。
You stopped us from sleeping in after that late night.
でも、もう少しだけ起こし方を優しくしてくれると完璧だったかな。
If only you could have been a bit more gentle about it.
ジョージ兄さんは本当に大人だよ。尊敬するぜ。
Joji Nii-san, you really are an adult. I respect that. I think I would have tackled her and put a pillow over her face. Let me sleep. I get very angry if I get woken up by something. I wouldn't have killed her, obviously. I would never do such a thing to kids. Hello, Butter. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good today. Thank you for the hydrate and thank you for the posture check. Me too, it kills my mood. It makes me so angry. I need my sleep. If I get forcefully woken up by something, I am mad. Did I read that? Joji Nii-san, you really are an adult. I respect that.
もうすぐ7時なんだな。
It'll be 7 soon.
ま、確かにもう起きてもいい頃だぜ。
Well, it's not really a bad time to wake up. Oh god, that made me yawn too. My sleep is so light, I usually awake pre-alarm. It's annoying. Oh, that would kill me. Mama's not here.
ローザおばさんが
Aunt Rosa?
部屋にいなかったの？
She wasn't in her room.
もう起きてお屋敷の方に行っちゃったのかな。
I wonder if she's already woken up and gone to the mansion. Not here! Maria kept groaning ooh ooh and looking unhappy. She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. It was more like she was irritated and thrown off balance because her mother wasn't where she'd expected. If we could just tell her where her mother was, that alone would probably calm her down. But unfortunately, we had no way of knowing where Aunt Rosa was, except that she wasn't here.
どうせ朝食に行くことになるんだし、屋敷の方に行こうぜ。
Anyway, it's time for breakfast, so let's head over to the mansion.
そうだな。
That's right.
マリア、一緒に屋敷へ行こうぜ。
Maria, let's go to the mansion together, okay? Also, I'm happy to see that the cousins are all well. They're all healthy. They didn't die. Maybe it's because they are in the guest house and not the mansion. Maybe that alone helps. Maybe that keeps them safe. If someone was literally dying and woke me up to help them, I would still try to fall back asleep. Real. So real. I would do the same. That's right, Maria. Let's go to the mansion together, okay?
きっとローザおばさんもそこさ。
I'm sure Aunt Rosa will be there too.
おママはお屋敷
Mama's in the mansion?
なら行く。
Then I'll go there.
そうだね。お屋敷に行こうか。
Yeah, I guess we should go to the mansion.
多分親たちはもう向こうに行ってるんだよ。
Our parents have probably already gone there. Didn't they all stay in the mansion in the first place? I keep my alarm clock on the other side of the room, and I often get up so fast I'm already standing when I realize I'm awake. That's kind of funny because I put my alarm clock in a totally different room, or even like across the room, so I have to get up and turn it off. I just turn it off, take it with me, and I go back to sleep. And then if it rings again, because I usually have like 6 alarms, I just turn it off every time and I go back to sleep. It's very unfortunate. If I don't have like 10 alarms, it's over. I will turn off the first one and it's game over. I don't use an alarm, I just wake up in the morning. I envy that. I wear an Apple Watch to sleep so that I can wake up in a little nicer way without the blaring alarm. So it just like vibrates slightly to wake me up. But I have like a backup alarm on my phone And usually that's the one that really wakes me, but I just go straight back to sleep, unfortunately. Ugh. Hard to beat first. Yeah, the warm bed, especially like during the colder season, I feel like I'm more likely to just stay in bed. Maria regained her usual composure so completely, her earlier tantrum now seemed like a lie. We got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion. Goodness, it is dark with the rain, the typhoon. I need a blaring alarm or else I just turn it off and sleep on. I do that regardless. But it does help if it's like a very jarring sound. If it just makes you, I don't know, jump scares you, wakes you up like that. It helps a little bit. It's currently chilly for me. I'm sleeping with a blanket below and one above me in bed. That sounds nice. I love winter. I want to bundle up and everything, but it's over. Summer is right ahead. Once more, there was a knocking sound on the study door, but there was no answer. He seemed to be sleeping still, and I could not wake him. If she went back downstairs and said something like that, Eva would probably be amused and triumphant. And even putting Eva aside, it was problematic that Kinzo had stayed shut away during this entire once-a-year conference, not even coming down to greet anyone. Even the family head, no, especially the family head, couldn't fail to make an appearance. I wonder if I can convince him myself. Natsuhi readied herself and used the key that she'd borrowed from Genji to open the door. Let's go! I love sleeping with so many blankets. It's nice. It's really lovely. Even though she was prepared for the sweet stench, which seemed to eat into one's brain as it poured out the small crack in the door, she couldn't help but grimace. Thinking that he might still be sleeping, Natsuhi entered the room quietly. When she did, Kinzo was already awake and looking down out of the window. This must be so awkward. So you're awake. Good morning. They must not have seen each other in a long time. I wonder how long she hasn't seen him. I think at one point I had my alarm set to a song I definitely didn't want other people to know I listened to, but that just made me turn off the alarm instead of actually waking up. Yeah. I feel like the only way that I will get up is if I'm super stressed in the morning to like get somewhere on time. That's the only thing that'll wake me up. Or like, I don't know, cats throwing up or something like that. That'll also get me out of bed. Sometimes. If I can hear it. Putting Nanodesu as my alarm. Just Rika saying Nippa! How did you get in? Kinzo spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harsh, but calm, and Natsuhi was slightly reassured. However, though he was awake, he wouldn't have ignored all that knocking if he was in a good mood. Natsuhi wasn't able to relax. My sincere apologies. I asked Genji-san and he allowed me to borrow the key to the study. Genji did. If my friend thought it was that important, then I have no choice but to listen. So, what business do you have with me? He's gonna be like, oh ho ho ho, Beatrice has started taking her sacrifices. Oh, the miracle is upon us soon. Oh. Hanyu's song, but that would also be shameful to have blast out loud. Hanyu's song, I feel like, I'm not sure what that's referring to right now. I feel like I listened to something like that on the Discord server. Someone had posted something like that, but I don't remember. Well, breakfast will be ready soon, and I would greatly appreciate it if you would join us. I will eat here. Have it brought here like always.
しかしお父様、
But father,
年に一度の親族会議です。
this family conference happens only once a year.
せめてお顔をお見せになってください。
Please, at least let them see your face.
下に降りて
Go back downstairs.
私の死後遺産をどのように食いちぎるのかを決める議論に加われというのか。
Are you asking me to join in as they discuss how to chew up my inheritance after I die? Honestly, I wouldn't go down either.
バカらしい。
How foolish.
そのような話は私を抜きで好きに進めるがいい。
Let them speak of such matters as much as they please without me.
そしてそれが親族会議だというなら、私がこの部屋を出るほどの価値はない。
And if that's what you call a family conference, it's hardly worth leaving my room for it.
私は忙しいのだ。
I'm busy.
構うでない。
Do not bother me. His last words carried the threat that any further questions would be not be appreciated. Okay. Natsuhi realized that adding any further pleas would finally bring his wrath down upon her. She didn't look forward to facing Eva's sarcasm, but there was nothing more Natsuhi could do. You could mention the 5 people missing. You know, maybe that would get him out. He just goes, how, ow, how, ow, 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 and sings about depressing stuff. I want to listen to that. Is that so?
わかりました。
Understood. She looks so defeated. I feel so bad for her. She deserves a hug.
みんな残念がるでしょうが、そう伝えます。
I'm sure everyone will be sorry to hear it, but I will tell them. Natsuhi decided to give up. Bowing silently, she tried to leave the room before Kinzo's spasmodic temper could flare up. You won't tell him about the people missing? As she did, Kinzo spoke to her. His voice was so calm and gentle, it felt like it came from an entirely different person.
夏日、後ろ宮の家に嫁ぎ、もう随分になるな。
Natsuhi, it has been quite some time since you married into the Ushiromiya family.
はい。後宮を名乗ることを許されてから、もう随分になります。
Yes, it has been many years since I was first permitted to bear the name Ushiromiya.
前の家が恋しくなることもあるか。
I love this track. Do you sometimes long for your previous family?
いいえ。
No.
嫁ぐとは、生家を捨てることです。
Marriage means abandoning your birth family.
私は後宮夏日。
I'm Ushiromiya Natsuhi.
帰る家も、懐かしむ家も、すべてはこの後宮の家のみです。
The Ushiromiya family is the only family I can come home to, the only one I am fond of. I'm sure that's not true. She still loves her family, otherwise she wouldn't have, you know, held on to like the pocket mirror from her grandmother and stuff like that. I'm sure she misses her family. She has the same problem as Genji. Start with the biggest problem, girl. I don't know, maybe she doesn't think it's relevant for him. Because she assumes that they're outside, you know? She truly wasn't exaggerating. Such was the resolve she felt whenever she applied the Ushiromiya family name to herself. And that's precisely why she was so saddened when her husband didn't treat her like an Ushiromira, leaving her to race about in vain.
クラウスが女で、
Klaus were a
お
woman,
前がその夫であったなら、
and you his husband.
いや、それは言うまい。
No, I won't say that. I want to know.
それは、どういう意味ですか？
Maybe she would have an easier time. Maybe she wouldn't be bullied constantly. Have you played Silent Hill F? I want to. I still want to play Silent Hill 4 before I play F. I own it, but I haven't played it yet. That's a weird fantasy, Kinzo. I wonder what he's trying to say. I don't really get it, but I'm guessing that he respects her more than he does Klaus is my fantasy. That is my fantasy. You're a better fit than my son, Natsuhi. Honestly? True. What do you mean by that? Father. Natsuhi was shocked. If Kinzo's words just now were what they seemed, it would have been more than enough to make up for all she'd suffered up to that point.
忘れよ。
Forget it.
年寄りのざれ言だ。
It's just the nonsense of an old man. Let's go! Kenzo once again faced away from her. He told her to forget it, but Natsuhi couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart.
お父様、
Father,
この夏日は血はつながらずともお父様の娘です。
even though I, Natsuhi, am not connected to you by blood, I am still your daughter.
後宮家の名誉も栄光も、
I will most assuredly see to it
そしてお父様が残されたものもすべて、
that your honor and glory and everything you have left
この
behind
夏日が
are
必ずや
protected.
守ってみせますから。
お前に片翼のわしをまとう資格はない。
You do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle.
しかし、お前の心には確かに片翼のわしが刻まれている。
It's got. I said aw as though this was something very sweet, but he has the right to permit her to wear the one-winged eagle. He could just be like, yeah, you could wear it, you know, you deserve it, you deserve my respect. Clearly, he has like some semblance of respect for her, but for some reason, he just doesn't care to change how women are treated in this family. He doesn't care enough, clearly. That must have been a painful tattoo. Oh yes. All across your freaking leg. Fuck Kinzo and his fuck-ass family. I don't know. I thought this was kind of sweet, but also it's not really. You could just permit her to wear it if you really respected her, and you could give her the power to like inherit everything. You know, she would be worthy, not your stupid son. I don't know. He has the power to change it, but he won't for some reason. However, the one-winged eagle is surely engraved in your heart.
ならばお前は間違いなく我が血族で後宮家の栄光を引き継ぐものだ。
That is irrefutable proof that you are my blood relative, one who will inherit the glory of the Ushiromiya family.
お前の衣服にわしがないことを嘲笑う者もいよう。
Some will sneer that there is no eagle on your clothes.
しかし、それに耳を貸すことはない。
But such words are not worth lending an ear to.
心にわしを持つ者だけが真の私の血族なのだ。
Only those who hold the eagle in their hearts are my true blood relatives.
お前を後宮家に迎えられたことを今は光栄に思っている。
I now consider it an honor that you were welcomed into the Ushiromiya family. Does he respect anyone who wears it? I just had a thought. What if the eagle and being like permitted to wear it has something to do with who will be chosen by the key as a sacrifice? How many people have the eagle? So we have 3 servants, 4, 5, 6, 7. You don't have it. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. How many people needed to die? Wasn't it 11 even? So if he doesn't count himself, maybe everyone who wears the eagle will die, except for our beautiful protagonist. And then the ones who don't wear the one-winged eagle will also survive? I don't know. I don't hope for that to come true, because I don't really like many of the ones that don't wear it. Well, I guess I do like Masawa and Kirie and Natsuhi. I just don't like Hideyoshi. Nanjo hasn't done anything wrong. He's just an old guy. Nothing can be done, says the leader of the family. Exactly. This fucking guy. It's technically it's sweet what he's saying. He's like, yeah, you shouldn't listen to the hateful words that people send your way. Also, I have the power to change it, but I won't, so screw you. Beautiful Batara. 6-2, then 1 5 times on the epitaph. Oh? 6 people? 2 and then 1. 5 times. 5 times? So 6, 2 would be 8, 9? I don't know what you mean by 5 times. Do I add the 5 too? In that case, it'd be 14. Is it 14? What if everyone just dies except for Batora? Very meaningful scene, I think. I agree. I think it's I don't know. He's saying nice words, even if he could change the suffering that she has to endure every single day. I think it's still nice. He's acknowledging her at the end of his life. I'm sure it means a lot to Natsuhi. Yeah. I think even though he isn't the greatest guy and he would have the power to change how she's treated, I think it's still meaningful what he's saying. It's nice. It is a nice thing to say. Did I read that? Now consider it an honor that you were welcomed into the Ushiromiya family. Without saying anything more, Kinzo remained with his back to Natsuhi. However, Natsuhi couldn't help but feel something warm well up inside her that she hadn't felt since long ago when she had just been a child. Natsuhi bowed silently to his back and left the room. Fuck Kinzo! Hey, if she feels happy and empowered by what he said, I'm okay with it. Ah, good timing. How is father? You were taking so long, so I came to check. Sucker puncher. When Natsuhi left the study, she saw Eva climbing the stairs and their eyes met. Eva was smirking unpleasantly, thinking that Natsuhi would leave grudgingly after failing to convince Kinzo. However, the way Natsuhi was now, such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crest on her clothing, but she was permitted to wear it in her heart. So she spoke calmly, dearly and confidently, with the dignity of the one who would protect the Ushiromiya family's glory. Father said he would not join in on the family conference. He says he has no interest in discussing such obscene matters. I figured you'd say something like that. If you fail to persuade father, just say so. How pitiful. I'm beginning to see why father lamented so. Let's go! What do you mean by that? Natsuhi did not answer. Just as Kinzo had done earlier, she showed Eva her back as she headed down the stairs. Oh yeah, be confident, girly. I'm so happy about this little bit of character development. It's like a big middle finger is on her back. She doesn't get to wear the one-winged eagle, but she does get to wear a big middle finger on her back. She's bought so hard into this family dynamic. This is probably the highest honor she can think of. I mean, the family is kind of whack, but if this makes her more confident, I'm all for it, you know? He's an old asshole, so he probably has very meritocratic, I don't even know what that means, view of his family, that they're all lazy dickheads and Natsuhi is better because she worked for it, something like that. It doesn't matter what he meant by it. It is important to me that Natsuhi feels good. If he said it for a stupid reason, then that's okay, as long as Natsuhi gets something good out of it, you know? I genuinely think that if she can be less of a target for bullying by the assholes in this family, then I think that's okay. Natsuhi's like, learn to observe, not everything needs a reaction. Exactly. Be cool. Eva finally realized that she was being made fun of, that something had happened to quickly bolster Natsuhi's confidence. Even so, she apparently didn't have the courage to risk Kinzo's wrath. Unable to even knock on the door, she could only click her tongue, make a motion as though scratching at it, and following after Natsuhi. So were Nisan and the rest there? Did you ask father about them? I didn't get a chance to ask, but they were not inside the study.
行き先を知ることもないでしょう。
Father would never let them into his room to discuss such a lowly topic, so it is unlikely he knows where they went.
下に降りて使用人たちが探してくれるのを待ちましょう。
Let us go downstairs and wait for the servants to return from the research.
朝
Aww.
食は遅れますが、お茶でもいかがです？
Breakfast may be late, but how would you like some tea, Eva-san? Is this the first time that we see her smile? I feel very happy seeing her like this, honestly.
別に結構よ。
That'd be fine. If I couldn't hide her confusion at the complete difference in Natsuhi's attitude, she was acting so boldly, and while Eva hated to admit it, she even had a sense of dignity about her. Unable to find fault with anything, Eva could only follow Natsuhi back to the parlor. Yes, girl. Let's freaking go. Reverse of power dynamics, I love it. I love this. This makes me so happy. When the two of them returned to the parlor, Hideyoshi had been joined by the 4 children and Nanjo. Genji, who had been talking with Hideyoshi, reported the current situation when he noticed that Natsuhi had returned.
主人たちはまだ見つからないのですか？
You still have not found my husband and the rest.
はい。申し訳ございません。
Yes, my
あと
apologies.
熊沢が朝食の準備に入りました。
Also, Kumasawa has started preparing breakfast.
もう少し時間をいただきたいとのことです。
She said that she will just need a little longer. Fish. The clock read a little past 8. I think it's not unusual for Japanese people to eat fish for breakfast, right? I think some do. Not all of them, obviously, but I think it's not too uncommon. To be honest, a lot of people eat fish for breakfast here too, where I'm from, because, you know, it's northern Germany. People love fish inside their bread. Fish sandwich. People love it. 8 should have been the time to start breakfast. Normally, going over that time limit would be a disgrace to the host.
今、カノンが表を探しています。
Karan is now searching outside.
それから、シャノンの姿も見えません。
Also, no one has seen Shannon either.
シャノンまで？
Even Shannon's missing. No!
まったく、主人は何人を従えて散歩に出かけたのですか？
Truly, just how many people did my husband bring with him on his little walk? What kind of fish? Oh, all sorts of fish, really. I don't know the English names for them. I'm sorry. I'm also not too familiar with them, but I do know that in the cities in particular, there's a lot of like fish sandwich stands. They just cut up a little, you know, piece of bread, and they just stuff it with like salad, dressing, some veggies, and fish, usually. It's very common here. Just how many people had gone missing by now? Now that the number was this large, it was starting to feel truly unpleasant, as though the people here were the only ones being left out of something interesting. At least that seemed to reflect the feelings of the children, and Maria in particular. She was indignant, her stomach rumbling, almost as though her mother and the others had left her alone to go off and eat something delicious without her. The other children were flipping through the channels on the television, trying to find a program that might interest Maria and cheer her up again. Nanjo was sitting on the sofa, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. It must have been a book about chess. The sound of footsteps came rushing towards them with a pitter-patter. There was only one set, so they realized before seeing who it belonged that it was probably Kanon, not Klaus and the rest.
奥様、失礼します。
Madam, excuse me.
その様子では見つけられなかったようですね。
Judging by your appearance, you still haven't been able to find them.
申し訳ございません。
My apologies.
まだ。
I still haven't.
もう十分です。
That'll be enough.
ご苦労をかけました。
You've worked hard. She didn't know where they were, but they had to be somewhere on this island. They hadn't had a thing to eat since the previous night, so their stomachs must be growling about now. They'd probably come plodding back of their own accord before long. By now, Natsuhi was thoroughly exasperated and started to feel that there was no reason for them to go out of their way in search.
私はお客様方にお茶のご用意をしに厨房へ行きます。
I will go to the kitchen to prepare some tea for all of the guests.
二人とも早朝からご苦労様でした。
Thanks to both of you for all your hard work so early in the morning. That is actually very sweet of her. She's so nice. I think that in the anime, Maria is watching Higurashi. Really? That's really cool. That's tea. Technically, everyone that is missing is an adult, right? Except for Shannon, I suppose. She is still underage, I think. How old is she, actually? Do we know? If she's dating, Joji, who is 21, 23, I forgot already. She must be around the same age, right? And she must be of age, right? I thought for some reason that she was like 16 or 18. I thought more so 16. She must be pretty young, no? I forgot. I think they mentioned... Oh no. Oh no. She's 16. Oh no. Oh god, I didn't even realize. Oh no. Oh man. How much worse can it get? Oh my god. Okay, well, that's cool. Yeah, okay. It gets worse, actually. Oh. As if you needed another reason to dislike Joji. Dude, no. He asked a 16-year-old to get married? Married. At 16. With your employer. Someone that you're serving, you're working for. No, man. That is just... No. Oh, no. Yeah, 7-year gap. That is not great. When I started working at 6, has been there for 10 years. Oh, man. That makes me kind of sad. Age isn't even the worst here. Oh, God. Okay, well... we might have to kill this guy. You know? Yeah. My 23M servant 16F is unsure about marrying me. Am I the asshole for ordering her to wear the wedding ring I gave her in less than a day? Please. Oh, I could see that. I could see that. Oh, man. This guy stinks. Why couldn't he have gone missing? Anyway. I hope he dies. Natsuya left the parlor acting as though the release and tension had caused a new surge in her headache. Kanon tried to call her back, but Natsuya left swiftly.
どうした?
What is it?
まだ何かあるのか?
Was there something else?
はい。
Yes.
旦那様方のお姿を見つけることはできませんでしたが。
I was unable to find her husband or anyone else, but...
その...
Well... Kanon sounded evasive. It looked as though he didn't know where they were, but had spotted something that might be connected to their disappearance. Okay. Eva and Hideyoshi noticed this exchange of words and came over. They probably picked up on something strange in Kanon's behavior.
どうしたんや、カノン君。
What's going on, Kanon-kun?
クラウス兄さんたちは見つかったんか?
Did you find Klaus-Nisan and everyone else?
実は、
Actually,
バラ庭園の倉庫の様子がおかしいのです。
the Rose Garden storehouse looked strange.
様子がおかしい
What do you mean?
というのはどういう意味だ?
It looked strange.
それが、その...
It was,
なんと説明すればいいのか。
How should I explain it? Kanon hesitated once more. His tone wasn't at all what you'd expect from his usual fearless... Oh my god, I cannot read. From this usually fearless boy. Seeing this, Eva and Hideyoshi looked at each other dubiously.
どういうこと?
What do you mean?
倉庫の中に兄さんたちがいたんじゃないの?
Are you saying Nisan and the others were inside the storehouse?
いえ、中はこれから調べます。
No, I'm going to inspect the inside now.
その鍵を取りに戻ったところなのですが。
I just now came back to get the key, but...
その...
ようわからんが、とにかく中を調べればいいだけの話じゃないか。
I don't really get it, but it sounds like we've just gotta look around inside it.
その倉庫の鍵はどこにあるんや？
Where's the key to that storehouse?
使用人室にあります。
It is in the servant room.
すぐに中を確かめましょう。
Let us check inside the storehouse at once. He didn't describe anything about what was weird, but okay, we will find out. Kanon dashed off to the servant room and returned with the key. Genji left the parlor, saying that he would go check, but then Eva and Hideyoshi followed after him. What was this something strange about the storehouse that had caused the usually fearless Kanon to hesitate? It was still pouring outside, but perhaps the curiosity over this something that Kanon couldn't talk about won out. While the children were made a big fuss watching television, Kanon and the rest dashed over to the entrance. That was an open window. With this rain? The Rose Garden storehouse was a place that housed various tools used to manage the garden. It was definitely not a pretty building. Because of its appearance, it had been built so that it was hidden in a corner of the Rose Garden. More bloody scratches. Skipped. Very excited. Kanon, Genji, Eva, and Hideyoshi came cutting across the Rose Garden, holding umbrellas. They entered a small path just off the Rose Garden, which was normally off limits for those appreciating the garden, only used by those maintaining it. As they dashed down that, the storehouse came into view in front of them. My god, it's a garage door! It was quite an old shed, and compared to the flawlessly perfect beauty of the Rose Garden, it was pretty seedy looking. It was easy to understand why it had been built in a hard-to-see place. Eva and Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Kanon and Genji.
カノン君たちは早いな。
You two sure are fast.
わしは心臓が爆発しそうや。
I thought my heart was gonna explode.
こんなところに倉庫なんか建ててたのね。
I never knew they had a storehouse way over here. But... What?
何よそれ。
What is that? When Eva looked where Kanon was pointing, she was at a loss for words. Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Kanon's finger and likewise too shocked to speak. Tell me! What is happening? The entrance of the storehouse was a kind of shutter, and there, everyone suddenly realized why Kanon had been unable to find words to describe what they now saw. On the shutter, which was completely filthy from being exposed to wind and rain for so long, stuck right on it. Oh boy! There was something that looked like a strange, dark red liquid. Oh my god. Okay, that's a magic circle of some kind. Is that like a different language? That doesn't look like Japanese or anything. I don't know what those symbols are. Hello, Broken Bee. Hi. Hope you're doing good today. Everyone on this island speaks around the actual problems. The suspense was actually well made. I kind of liked it. I was losing my mind a bit, but it was good. Vague posting monarchs. True. It's the cult of Silent Hill. That's actually the first thing I thought of too. Okay, so it's like the same kind of liquid that was used, or, you know, that was seen around Natsuhi's door, I'm assuming? So like blood, I'm guessing, not paint. Unless it is paint and it's just, haha, look, you think this is blood, but it's not. Haha, I don't know. Beatrice used a magic circle to create a typhoon? Typhoon using blood ink. Mucus? What kind of mucus do you have? Oh, okay. So it's supposed to talk about the consistency, I guess? I thought they were saying that this looked like mucus. That would be concerning. Or maybe it was some sticky paint. An indescribable, eerie shape was drawn on the shutter with some kind of ghastly substance. The rain had caused it to drip down like fresh blood leaking from an open wound. No more beating around the bush. Some kind of mark was drawn there. The ghastly substance that looked like blood, in a shape that seemed to suggest something ominous. 2 circles were drawn there, and inside of them was a design that looked like a cross. The 4 ends of the cross were widely exaggerated, and it looked like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe. I mean, sure. And in the cracks between these shapes, written closely packed together, were some unfamiliar characters or possibly symbols.
なんちゅう悪趣味な落書きや。
What a vulgar bit of graffiti.
これ、あれか？
Could this be one of those?
悪魔の儀式とかの
Oh,
魔
man,
法
yeah.
陣いうやつとちゃうか？
One of those magic circles used in demonic ceremonies? It wasn't surprising that Hideyoshi would say that about such a ghastly shape drawn with a deep red dripping substance. Also, you know, there's talk about witches and whatnot and black magic, so it's the only conclusion to come to, really.
これいつ書かれたの？
When was this made?
昨日雨が降り出す前にここに来ましたが、その時には何も書かれてませんでした。
Last night I came here before it started raining and there was nothing drawn here at that time.
他の方々の目に触れる前に何とかしよ
You must do something before anyone else sees this.
う。ご覧になられたらご不快になられるだろう。
If they laid eyes upon it, it would cause them great discomfort.
そうね。
That's right. I didn't even realize. But maybe, oh god, this kind of adds, I'm sorry, this is like completely off topic, but I was always wondering why she had so many of the eagles on her clothes. But maybe if she's like trying to act all high and mighty and like she's the queen of this place, then, you know, it would make sense for her to like wear it all over her body. Just saying. Eva's such a larper. Ushiromiya maxing, yeah. It makes it so hard to make her dress in Tomodachi life. True. True. I can see it. I feel like, I don't know what it's supposed to be on her like little hair clip, but it kind of looks similar to, like, she really wanted that all over her body to like show who she is. LARPing as your own family is crazy work. I mean, I don't know, she's just laying it on thick. Tattooed is crazy. I wonder if they get to choose how to wear it, like, on their body, because she also has it tattooed on her body. I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't do that. What do I know? That's right.
ただの倉庫小屋とはいえ、こんな気持ち悪い落書きを1秒たりとも放置したくないわ。
Even though it's just a shed, I wouldn't want to leave such an unpleasant piece of graffiti alone for even a second longer than I had to.
倉庫の中に塗料もあります。
There's some paint inside the
応
storehouse.
急処置でとりあえず塗り消して
Let us paint over it temporarily as an emergency measure.
後日天気のいい日に改めて塗装しましょう。
Then repaint it again someday when the weather is good. Wouldn't it be easier to just try to wash it off? I mean, I know it's raining and it's not really budging, but you haven't even tried to wipe it off. I never get over the glass shattering. It's pretty good. Genji remembered that he had just recently seen another scribble and that it too had been made with a strange dark red substance of the same color as this. Oh, maybe they tried to draw something like that on Natsuhi's door, but it ended up just being scratches for some reason? That must have been... That's right, he had seen it on the door to Natsuhi's room.
カノン君、
Gulp.
さっさとこの落書きを消して戻りましょう。
Kanon-kun, let's remove the scribble quickly and go back, okay?
たとえ倉庫とはいえ、実家の落書きは本当に腹立たしいわ。
Even though it's just a storehouse, it's really irritating to have graffiti around the home I was brought up in.
はい、
Yes, ma'am.
すぐに済ませますので。
I will take care of it immediately. Kanon squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. He then lifted it up with all of his strength. I'm scared. A boisterous noise resounded, and the eerie shape drawn on the shutter began to get sucked in through the top as the shutter was raised. At least for the time being, that ominous drawing disappeared from their direct gaze, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. But what is inside? No! No! You can't do this to me! I want to know what's inside the storehouse! Oh, man. Also, it's a storehouse again. You know, the creepy stuff in Higurashi and the ritual storehouse. Now it's a rose garden storehouse. Painting over the goop can't be the easiest solution. Yeah, I feel like there must be like a towel or something. A rag. Maria. The storehouse is a lot smaller. Yeah, it doesn't have a torture basement. I'm hoping. Who knows? This is a mystery store after all. Got an edge. Yeah, I suppose. Well, okay. I guess I will edge you too. That sounds super wrong, but there's gonna be an ad break in 5 minutes. We'll just have it now. And then we can pull through, hopefully, and see what is inside the ritual storehouse. Not ritual storehouse, sorry, storehouse. Just storehouse. Okay. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Okay, hello. I was thinking about it. Is edging something or someone always inherently sexual? Oh, there's a dog wincing outside. Oh, also, hello, the devil that cries. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Welcome in. Thank you for the welcome back. Pretty much. Yeah. I actually don't know. Yeah, I don't know either. I feel like I don't know. I don't necessarily see it as that. But I'm also not a native English speaker, so I don't know all the nuances. I don't know. That's the main association nowadays. I think edging, yeah, though people use it casually. I mean, there's also like sayings like living on the edge, people can be edgy. I just kind of, I don't know, maybe I don't see it as a inherently a sexual word. In recent times, it's considered as such. It's a dying battle. People use raw dogging non-sexually. Yeah, I use that non-sexually too, which is why, I don't know, I didn't think too much about it. I think the saying on the edge of my seat, like Yuluna I used, isn't sexual at all, so I'm confused about it being sexual always as well. Yeah, I don't know. Things got sexualized a lot over the past few years. The internet has gone crazy. A lot of words have changed meaning since the internet got big and people, you know, have their own slang online and such. It's not always bad, but it's interesting to think about, you know? Like, the most current thing people are talking about is like LARPing and how people are using it wrong and blah blah blah, and it's like, yeah, but also that's just how like language evolves over time. I do get the complaint though. I guess my complaint would be that everything kind of got sexualized, and I want to say edging and it not being a sexual thing. LARPing used to be fun as hell. I had friends who went LARPing a lot. I always wanted to try it, but I never did it. Language sucks. I hate when it happens. Same. I hate language. Anyway, did I adjust the volume? I did. Thanks to a kids program they came across, Maria was feeling much better. I'm not tabbed in. Fatara and Jessica were poking fun at the kids show at every turn, cackling together. Yoji was enjoying the program with Maria from her perspective. With the fogged up glasses, of course. 2027, I'm going caveman mode, only grunts. That's the real way to live. Nanjo sat on a sofa by himself, passing the time by reading quietly. He seems kind of out of place. Every time I see him, I'm like, oh yeah, he exists. I forget that he's here sometimes. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. Oh, let me see. That is just straight up Hanyu. That is Hanyu, 100%. Is she wearing like, what is she wearing in that screenshot? Is she wearing like an Angel Mort uniform? That's kind of what it looks like. I don't know what I'm looking at entirely, but Interesting, interesting. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. They were the footsteps of a single person. Did that mean it wasn't the group of 4 that had just left? It was Genji. It was very rare for Genji, who considered being out of breath a violation of a servant's virtues, to be gasping for air. Had probably come dashing back from outside the mansion. His shoulders were soaking wet and he didn't have his usual trim appearance. And Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him. He gave a small silent bow. Oh my god, I keep forgetting if it's bow or bow, but then I remember and it takes me a little second, I'm sorry. And quickly approached him.
Nanjo sensei, 申し訳ございません。
Dr. Nanjo, my apologies.
至急お越しください。
Please come with me, quickly.
何事ですかな?
What is the matter? As Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ear, Nanjo went pale. Oh god. He rose from the sofa, trying to not be noticed by the children who were still engrossed by the TV. And the two of them rapidly left the parlor, muffling their footsteps. Just as they were about to exit the parlor, they came across Natsuhi, who was pushing a serving cart loaded with a tea set. Genji whispered something into Natsuhi's ear, and Natsuhi went pale too, in apparent shock. Then, leaving the serving cart where it was, the 3 of them dashed towards the entrance. Someone must have died. I think it's her little sundress. Oh, okay, I see. Joji noticed them running down the rose garden through the window.
なんだろう。
What's that?
源氏さんと南條先生と。
Isn't that Genji-san and Dr. Nanjo and...
あれは夏日おばさんかな。
And that's Natsuhi, isn't it?
どうしたんだよ、兄貴。
What's up, Aniki?
何かあったのかな。
Maybe something happened.
ひどい慌てようだったね。
It looked terribly flustered. When Jeshika and Maria saw that Eva, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats and that the serving cart had been abandoned in the entrance to the parlor, they also realized that something was the matter.
何か事故でもあったとか?
Could there have been some kind of accident?
行ってみようぜ。
Let's go check it out.
俺たちだけのけ者なんて面白くねえしな。
It's no fun if we're the only ones left out, right? I sure hope Maria doesn't get to see a dead body. Tia's gonna get cold and Natsuhi will have no servant to blame. No one to blame but herself. But I feel like there's more pressing matters. For some reason, what Patora said sounded extremely indiscreet, but they couldn't deny that they were a little insecure and concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain without regards to their appearance.
行ってみようぜ。
I mean, that is unusual and scary in its own way. Let's check it out, okay?
何があったか気になるぜ。
I'm worried something might have happened. Jeshika's uneasy words spoke for all of them.
おい、マリア。お前も来るか。
Hey, Maria, are you coming too?
それともテレビを見てるか？
Or will you watch TV?
おお、
Please stay and watch TV.
マリアはテレビがいい。
Oh, thank God. I want to watch TV.
おお、
僕たちだけで行こ
Let's go on without
う。マ
her.
リアちゃん、すぐ戻るからね。
Maria-chan, we'll be back soon. I hope that when they come back, she's still here watching TV.
テレビを見て待ってるんだよ。
You keep watching TV, okay?
おお、
By the time the kids made it outside, the adults were no longer in sight, but Jeshika seemed to have a pretty good idea where they'd gone, judging by the direction they'd been running. Following Jeshika, we ran through the rain-soaked rose garden. The wind seemed to suddenly get stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to ring out like it had the previous night. It felt like an eerie something had surrounded the island and was trying to stop us from moving forward.
ジェシカ、この先には何があるんだ？
Jeshika, is there something over this way?
確か園芸道具なんかの倉庫があったはずだぜ。
I'm pretty sure there's a storehouse for gardening tools or something.
そんなところに一体何があるんだろうね。
What in the world could be going on in a place like that? Just as Jeshika had said, they began to see a storehouse in front of them. They could also see the adults there. The shutter to the storehouse was open, and several adults looked as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Natsuhi was inside the storehouse, without even holding an umbrella. She looked like she was hanging her head and her back was facing them. There was Genji, Nanjo, and Natsuhi, who had just left the mansion. The ones who left earlier, Kanon, Eva, and Hideyoshi, were also there, making for a small crowd of people. But there was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Natsuki realized that the children were approaching, a terrible expression rose to her face and she ran at them with her arms spread wide. You mustn't come any closer. Go back to the mansion. Despite that, no. Because of that, the kids saw the scene Natsuki was trying to keep them away from. Oh. Inside the storehouse, with its shutter wide open, a faint fluorescent light shone down. And right there was... Oh my god, that was a terrifying scream. Jessica's piercing shriek rang out. But that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest. The same thing spilled out of Batra and Joji's mouths as well. Oh god. Oh no, what happened? Eva spread her arms just like Natsuki, roaring at the kids with a bone-chilling expression on her face. Joji, take everyone and return to the mansion. Quickly! Right now! When Natsuki spread her arms, I thought she was trying to prevent us from advancing any further. But that wasn't why Eva was spreading her arms right now. She was trying to stop us kids from seeing that terrible scene. It was her mother's heart trying to protect the eyes and hearts of us children by blocking our view of that terrible scene by at least the width of one of her arms. The music is crazy! Is this some kind of joke? Is it? Oh god. I've seen this kind of cheap scene all too often. In manga, TV, anime, and movies, I'd seen it over and over again. This was just seeing something appear in real life that I'd seen plenty of times before in some of those more sensational movies, right? That alone shouldn't. But that suit... No! Rudolph, maybe? Oh, it's that old bastards, isn't it? I get it. And that's Uncle Klaus. All of them? And Kiria-san and Aunt Rosa. Yeah. He didn't say Shannon though. Oh god, I'm so sorry. No, this is bad. This is really awful. Dad! I cannot do justice to that scream. You mustn't, Jessica. You mustn't go in. You mustn't look. I'm just gonna let you hear that and not read it out loud. Why is the music is going crazy? This is pretty graphic in the manga. I can imagine. Wonder how much they show in the VN. Probably not much. We never got to see anything in Higurashi either. This track is really good. This track is fantastic. Rigor mortis has set in across almost the entire body. That's when the body gets like really hard to move, right? Like it gets like really stiff and stuff, right? There's gonna be so much more great music. I'm looking forward to hearing Far. That one's the only one I've heard, and it's my favorite. The mystery murder has finally started. Most likely 6 hours or more have passed since death. This is awful, but this is a banger. As far as I can tell by looking at the damaged area, there's a high probability that they were damaged after their deaths. Damaged? No, I must watch what I say. I'm a general practitioner. Examining corpses is outside my area of expertise. So what does that mean? Just killing them wasn't enough, so they went on to do something like this? The devil! This here's the work of the devil! Aunt Natsuki caught Jishka in her arms and Aunt Eva caught Joji Aniki. So I was the only one who could approach the entrance to the storehouse. Man, he doesn't have anyone left! He has no one! His mother figure, Kiria, dead. They had a bonding moment last night and now she's dead. And his dad, who was kind of an ass, but he wasn't the worst offender of this family. He's also dead, and they kind of had a heart-to-heart-ish moment last night too, and now he's also dead. Poor Batora, man. This guy. Oh my god. Wait, did they say that Rosa is also dead? Oh god, Maria has no one. Oh, okay. If only there had been someone there to catch me too. I wouldn't have needed to have this horrible, evil scene burnt into my eyes. Oh man. No, that's not it. It isn't that there's no one here to catch me. The people who should catch me, they're right there, aren't they? Just as Jessica said, it did look like a storehouse for gardening tools. A lawnmower with extra blades, a grass sickle and a hammer, some carpentry tools such as a saw, piled up potted plants and bags of fertilizer, and treated just the same, the corpses of several people had been laid to rest there. No, had been tossed in there. I could tell them by their clothes. That old bastard and Kiria-san, Uncle Klaus and Aunt Rosa. Beyond that, Gora-san and... Are there still more of them? How many people died? You're fucking kidding me. I can't even count them on one hand. Damn it! I didn't know whether it had been one of these gardening tools, which if used for something other than their intended purpose, could definitely be wielded with a naked brutality, or whether some horrible tool had been brought in here specifically for this. Anyway, each one of the bodies jammed in here had been given an atrocious makeup. It wasn't makeup, it was more like their faces had been plowed? I need to look this word up to fully understand what is happening. This music is crazy. What is plowed? Oh god, that could also mean something sexual. Can I get the normal? What does that mean? What? I don't understand. What does this mean? Does it have something to do with gardening? So like with a rake? Because you spooky. Yeah, I'm gonna take good care of Maria. This makes the inheritance easier and they could probably just kick Maria off the island. What the fuck? Yeah, like a field. Okay. Tear up the ground like a rake. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's pretty messed up. How you break up or dig up dirt before planting seeds. Clawed and scratched like a door. That was what I was thinking. Like the door was also scratched at, which is weird. What would do this? I mean, obviously a rake. I can see a rake being used on the bodies, but not on the door. A rake would be way too big. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna have to continue. I'm too invested now. Oh wow. Their faces were smashed, forced into expressions that normal people couldn't even make after death. I couldn't tell where the eyes or the nose were, but I could find their mouths because they were gaping wide, their gums exposed. Oh, that is brutal. Oh, but their front teeth were missing, and even the cheeks that should have covered all this were all torn up and laid bare. That trendy makeup you always spend so much time on, even though you're a man, isn't doing a thing now. Okay, you did not need to mention that.
てめえは絶対地獄行きだとは思ってたぜ。
I always thought you were going to hell. Now he sounds like Akasaka. I can clearly hear it now. I can't speak for Higurashi, but Yukishi was so good at writing unsettling scenes for Umineko. He was also really good at it in Higurashi, not gonna lie to you. It was terrifying. But this is somehow even more unsettling. Maybe because I didn't expect it to be this unsettling, while I did expect it with Higurashi because I was already familiar with it.
でもよ、ここまでじゃねえだろ。
I always thought you were going to hell, but still, not like this, right?
ここまでひでえ目に遭わされるほどの悪党じゃなかっただろうがよ。
You weren't such a son of a bitch that you should have to suffer so brutally.
キリエさんもさ
Kiryu-san,
こんな男と付き合うのはやめろって言ったんだ
didn't I tell you to stop going out with this guy?
あんたまで
There's absolutely
そこまでの目に合わされる理由は何もねえじゃねえかよ
no reason for you to end up like this too.
顔がねえ顔がねえよ
You've got no faces, no faces.
クソクソクソクソ
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it.
バトラさん、これ以上見てはいかん。
I think it's already too late, man. Batora-san, you mustn't look
こん
anymore.
な姿をお父さんもお母さんもあんたに見せたいわけがない。
There's no way your mother and father would want you to see them like this.
お父さんとお母さんのためにもこれ以上見てはいかん。
For your mother and your father's sakes, you mustn't look anymore.
死者ってのは安らかに眠る顔ってやつを拝ませてくれるんじゃねえのかよ
That people are supposed to have faces that look like they're sleeping peacefully, right?
顔がねえんだよ俺の親父とキリエさんの顔がねえんだよ
They've got no faces. My dad and Kiryu-san have no faces.
どういう顔して死んじまったのかそれすらもわかんねえんだよ
I don't even know what kind of faces they were wearing when they died.
なんだよ俺は
What's wrong with me? Wait, he said it. Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about what Nanjo said. Didn't he say it's been? I don't think I can go back that far. But he said it's been 6 hours. So, if it's like shortly after 6 a.m., they woke up at 6, around 6, right? But some time must have passed since then. So it was like shortly after midnight. I'm so excited to read Higu. I'm on episode 2 of it now. It's so good. I hope you enjoy it. It's 8 now. Okay, so it was around like 2 a.m.-ish. He's also not sure. Yeah, he's not a... I forgot what word he used. The guy who looks at dead people. I forgot. I'm sorry. What's wrong with me?
親父たちのことを思い出すときはこのくちゃくちゃの化け物みてえな顔をいつも思い出せたのかよ
Will I have to see these smashed monster-like faces every time I remember them? The look!
そいつは最高だぜ
It's just great.
クソ親父のニヤニヤとした顔を思い出さなくていいんだからよ
I didn't want to remember that
最高だぜ最高だぜ
old bastard smug face anyway. Just great, just great.
でもよキリエさんの顔くらいはいいだろ
Why even Kiryu-san's
キ
face?
リエさんは悪党じゃね
Kiryu-san wasn't a crook.
えたまにはムカつくと思ったけどよ
Sure, she ticked me off a bit now and then.
ちょいとかっこいい俺の姉気分だったお人じゃねえかよ
She was like a cool big sister to me. This is wrong.
こんなのってねえよ
This is all wrong.
クロスおじさんなんかまだマシじゃねえか
At least Uncle Klaus has it better, doesn't he?
顔面じゃなくて側面だぜ
It's not his whole face, just the side.
少なくとも顔半分は残ってるじゃねえかよ
At least he's got half his face left, right?
まだマシだぜまだマシだぜ
That's still better. That's still better. Oh man. This is awful. He said it's probably been around 6 hours or so after death. He's not specialized in examining corpses, yeah. Oh my god, this is so heavy. Jessica filled her ears with the sound of her own screaming, trying to shut out my reckless words.
よすんだバトラ君
Stop it, Batora-kun.
もうよすんだもうよすんだ
Just stop it, just stop it.
兄貴兄貴
Disregarding age and appearance, I fell to my knees, clinging to Aniki's waist and sobbing. Oh, I'm so sorry. Why did this have to happen? I'm so sorry. It was as if I was crying on behalf of everyone there. Representing the feelings of everyone there, I screamed over and over. All of the characters are just dead. And no one's here to cry for Goda. That is an awful thing to say, I'm honest. That is truly evil. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, the VAs are fantastic. No, Goda is there. He did mention that Goda was also there. Hello, Rice. Hi. Just missed a brutal murdering of multiple people. Oh my god. Okay, but I'm trying to see, like, the positive of this. Okay, wait. Oh god, they even... Oh my god, they even marked them! Oh my god! Oh my gosh! That is cool! That is sick! Okay. So we have 5 people dead. I forgot how many had to die. I don't know, like 11 at least. At least it was like only the adults, if you can take anything good out of this. Just another day at the office, huh? Mm-hmm. No, it's fine, I'm honest. It wasn't anything bad. It was funny. Evil and funny. Oh, that's kind of messed up. Yeah, the half face for Klaus, that's messed up. Yeah, they kept Goda's smile too. This is messed up. That's cool. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Oh wait, they updated the text too, no? Oh. Okay, do they have... anything of the others? No, the normal ones seem the same. Okay, we can read these. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. The direct cause of death is unknown, but it seems the side of his head was smashed after his death. This is the beginning of everything. His corpse was found inside the Rose Garden storehouse. His face seems to have been smashed after death. He has a right to lament his ill fortune. Okay. Okay, same thing for her. She was chosen by the demon's roulette. That's all there is to it. I'll get to see her again, so I don't feel lonely. What? How unfortunate. Apparently he was originally supposed to be on duty in the guest house. Oh, Shannon, what happened to you? What does this mean? I got to see her again, so I don't feel lonely. Huh. Huh. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. This is the beginning of everything. Rosa's thing foreshadowed that hard. What the fuck? I don't even know what that is about. I was gonna say, like, I'm gonna be positive about this and assume that some of them are gonna come back to life because that's what the riddle puzzle thing said, you know, that they would all die, but at the end, everyone would be back and love would be restored or whatever. They would all be revived again. Man, if only I could, like, look up the riddle and stuff, like, in the menu, too. I would like to know. So, like, okay, we have the 2 lovers, right? There was a mention of 2 lovers dying. And then, I don't know. I don't know what it said about the other people, but, you know, we have 2 lovers. They died. Yeah, that is crazy. What does the tip say? Oh, good idea. Oh my god, you're so good. Thank you. Roll the sweet fish river. Yeah, okay. That's about the key. First twilight. Offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. So we have 5. But Shannon is missing. So she might also be dead. On the second twilight, those... Okay, so it's not the 2 lovers. Those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. Maybe Shannon isn't dead then? I don't know. Two who are close. Who could that be referring to? Okay, so we got the first one, kind of. Everyone else's account. Oh, we actually do not know where Kumasawa is, so Shannon might still be alive. Kumasawa is also... No, wait. No. She was sane. I'm silly. She was preparing food, breakfast. My bad. So it really is just Shannon missing then. Twilight is like night, right? Sorry, I'm derailing this, but Twilight... Oh god, if you look up Twilight, it's just the movie. Or is it, can it also be like in the morning? Genzo's probably thinking, "Whew, luckily that wasn't me." Yeah. Shannon must be dead. If it needs to be 6 people. Maybe Natsuhi was meant to be number 6 because of the... That is actually super smart. That is actually a good idea. But then, wouldn't that mean that this wasn't fulfilled? Is that not a bad thing? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I'm asking too many questions. I don't know. Don't answer me. I'm guessing that that's a bad thing. So maybe they looked for a different person to attack? Or maybe they just, you know, accepted that they couldn't kill her. Transition day to night is nighttime. Okay. Oh, okay. Crazy. Crazy stuff. Didn't expect all of them to die immediately. I'm gonna be honest. I thought they were gonna get killed off one by one. But not all of them at once. I wonder why Rudolph predicted his own death? Where he got that information from? Why he thought that that was gonna happen? Yeah, day 2. Okay. Father... The ones lying lying over there are...
クラウスおじさん、ルドルフおじさん、キリエおばさんに、
Uncle Klaus, Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kirie.
ローザおばさん、ゴーダさんで
And Aunt Rosa and
5
Goda-san.
人。
Just those 5, right?
いや、
No.
6人や。
There are 6 people.
ここに
There's...
もう一人おる。
Oh no. One more person over here. The body Hideyoshi was looking down on now happened to be hidden amongst the shadows in that mountain range of objects, in a blind spot to Joji, who stood by the entrance. Oh no! So Joji couldn't tell whose body it was. So Joji cursed himself. Cursed the fact that his worst guesses always turned out to be right.
じゃあ
Oh my god, if he sees like the ring, if she's wearing the ring, if it's shot on, I'm gonna scream!
お父さんの足元に倒れているのは
So, the one lying at your feet is...
シャノンなんだね。
Shannon, isn't it?
ああ、
Oh! I didn't like the relationship, but it didn't have to end this way. This didn't have to happen. Writing 18 people for so long must be so hard. Just kill 5. Oh my god. Yeah. Hello, Flufo. Hi. Hope we're doing good today. Also, hello, Lalo. Hi. Oh, man. If it's any consolation, you don't have to be upset about their age and standing difference anymore. Man. No, she did not deserve this. Oh, man. I feel happy that Natsuhi survived because I like her, but Shannon. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yes.
シャノンちゃんや。
It's Shannon-chan. Oh no, I feel kind of bad for him. I don't like you, but man, I'm so sorry. Joji felt completely silent. He shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. Normally, he would have wanted to run to his beloved's body, screaming and crying. However, before rashly rushing forward, he worked to keep his composure and asked his father, Is Shannon
クラウスおじさんたちと
the same as
同じなのかな
Uncle Klaus and the others? Man, the fact that he can't even see her, I'm gonna start crying over a guy that I don't care about! Oh. That sound there is the portraits updating, by the way. What sound? Sorry, did I miss it? The little droplet sound? Oh no. Okay, well, I already spoiled myself on what her face looks like then. It's called empathy. God damn it, I wish I didn't have it right now. Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words, so he couldn't give Joji an immediate answer. Rather, he felt that silence was the only sincere and loving response he could give Joji right now. And Joji asked if Shannon was the same. He meant to ask whether her corpse was in the same condition as the others or not. Since Hideyoshi hadn't denied it, it meant her corpse was in the same brutal state.
Shannon
Can I
見てもいいかな
look at Shannon?
いや あかん
No, you can't.
どうして
Why not?
だってもう二度とシャノンの顔を見られないんだよ
After all, I won't be able to see Shannon's face again, right?
その最後の顔
So, why won't you let me see?
どうして見たらいけないんだよ
What her face looked like at the end.
お前が最後にシャノンちゃんに会ったのは昨日か
The last time you met Shannon-chan was yesterday, right?
そうか
Oh my god, I feel so bad. I'm so sorry. I feel so bad for shitting on him.
そのシャノンちゃんは
I see, when you left her,
別れ際にお前にどんな顔を見せたんや
what kind of face was she showing you?
素敵な笑顔だったよ
It was a wonderful smile. Oh my god, I'm crying. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm so sorry. No, you did not deserve to die. Oh my god, I'm crying. This is so sad. After he handed her the ring, she hesitated, even though she must have already made up her mind. Then she looked bashful. Oh, and ran away because she was embarrassed to let him see her face looking like that. That's the expression that was revived in Joji's mind.
そうかならシャノンちゃんもその笑顔をお前に残したいと願うはずや
I see. Then I'm sure Shannon-chan would want to leave you with that smile in your memory. Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was in such a horrible state that it'd make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side, and no more than half of her expression remained. If the remaining blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean, would that graceful smile of hers have peeked out? But only half of it. Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hands over his eyes. How brutal. Her face was going to be crushed anyway, then if only all of it had been crushed, he might have been able to temporarily distract Joji from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that it was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. But half of her face had been left untouched. It caused the body so much humiliation, while still proving beyond doubt that the body was Shannon's and no one else's. How inhuman, how brutish. Brutish? I don't know, I'm sorry. And they were trying his best to burn the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes as she lay at Hideyoshi's feet was Kanon. Kanon was not crying. Tears had risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. But that didn't mean he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he had loved as a sister, must have been just the same as losing a blood relative.
ジョージ シャノンちゃんはきっと
Joji, I'm sure
あり
Shannon-chan
がとう言ってるぞ。
is saying thank
お
you.
前に恥ずかしいところを見られとうなかったんや。
She must be glad you didn't end up seeing her in such a pitiful state.
きっと
I'm
お
sure
前が耐えてくれたこと感謝しとるで。
thanking you for holding strong and showing restraint.
分かってる。
Oh, man, I'm sorry. I
分
understand.
かってるよ、父さん。分かってるよ。
I understand, father. I understand. Joji leaned against the outside wall of the storehouse, crouching down limply.
父さん、
Father,
頼みがあるんだ。
I have a request.
なんや。
What is it?
僕の代わりに見てほしいんだ。
No, don't ask for the ring. It's not gonna make you happy. You shouldn't, but not you can't. I mean, it's his son, you know. I don't think I would let him look either in Hideyoshi's position, honestly. I want you to look for
シ
me.
ャノンは指に
Is there
指輪をつけてるかな。
a ring on Shannon's finger?
指輪
A ring?
ちょいと見てみる。
Let me see. Oh no. You don't see it, thankfully. Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Karan silently pointed to one of Shannon's hands.
あ
Oh.
あ、あるで。
Yeah, there
これ
is.
はダイヤの指輪や。
It's a diamond ring
普通ダイヤとちゃう。
with a valuable
な
diamond.
かなかの値打ちもんや。
Must have been pretty expensive.
それは
And
どっちの手の
which hand
どの指にあるのかな。
and which finger is it on?
と、
Hmm.
左手の薬指や。
No. The ring finger of her left hand.
そっか。
I see.
シャノンちゃん、
So Shannon-chan
婚約しとったんか。
was engaged. Yeah.
ジョージ、あなたまさか。
Joji, don't tell me you.
エヴァ、今はそんなん関係ないで。
Eva, that doesn't matter now.
シャノンちゃんは男に将来を約束されとったんや。
A man made a lifelong promise to Shannon-chan.
一生を幸せにしちゃると男に言わせたんや。
A man promised her happiness for life.
それが誰かは問題とちゃうで。
Who that man was isn't the issue here.
男にそこまで言わしめて。
Being told that by a man
女の本懐やないか。
is a woman's dream, isn't it?
いつこの指輪をもらったんかは知らん。
I don't know when she received this ring.
誰が渡したかも知らん。
I also don't know who gave it to her.
だが、
However,
それでも、シャノンちゃんは指輪をもらえたんや。
even so, Shannon-chan took this ring.
そして、それを受け入れ、左の薬指に通したんや。
Then she accepted it and put it on her left ring finger.
指輪を送った男も、
I'm sure the man who gave it to
きっ
her
と喜んだんとちゃうか。
was also happy. Ooh! I don't know how to feel. I didn't support their relationship, but this is still sad. To most of the people there, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation and was blurting out nonsense. However, someone who knew of Joji and Shannon's true relationship would understand the full meaning of those words.
そっか。
I see.
ありがと
Thank you.
う、父さん。
Father. Joji stood up. The traces of tears still streaked his face, but his expression had returned to its usual calm one.
行こ
Let's go.
う。バトラ君、ジェシカちゃん。
Batara-kun, Jessica-chan.
これ以上、僕たちがここにいると、大人の邪魔になる。
If we stay here any longer, we'll get in the way of the adults.
そうだな。
You're right. Jessica sniffled once, showing her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time to let her know that she was okay now. When she faced Joji again, she once again had on her usual expression, although she still couldn't smile.
バトラ しっかり。
Batra, hang in there. Batra kept on crouching in front of his parents' bodies. Oh god. Someone get him out of there.
すまねえな。
I'm sorry.
がっつり泣いたら落ち着いたぜ。
Crying like hell calmed me down.
親父の野郎。普段はクソクソ言ってるくせに。
You bastard dad. I bet you're laughing at me.
ちょっと死んじまったくらいでピーピー泣くんじゃねえぜって。
I think that's a normal reaction. After all that shit I talked about you, here I am crying like a baby just cause you died. Just cause you died? I think that's a reasonable reaction.
仕方ねえだろ。
Well, so what?
親が死んだら泣くように遺伝子すり込まれちまってたからよ。
I guess I just got the gene that makes you cry when your parents kick the bucket. Batra's face was still bright red from the tears, but he had at least recovered enough to fake a smile, if only a bitter one.
カノン、お前もこれ以上ここにいてはいけません。
Kanon, you mustn't remain here any longer either.
子供たちを連れてお屋敷に戻っていなさい。
Take the children and return to the mansion. Natsu had been standing under the rain this whole time, unable to take a step into the storehouse. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Batra's. It's kind of interesting that she didn't see the marking on the storehouse shutters, so she doesn't know that she was actually supposed to die as well. I forgot how much I cried reading Umineko. I have a feeling I'm gonna bawl my eyes out. This is so sad. I didn't expect to actually cry and to have to hold back tears once they all die. Oh, that was really sad. That was so well written. I may have hated their relationship, but damn, that was well written. I was so mad he almost ruined the family marrying a servant. I kind of expected her to fly off the handle, though not in that moment. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Batara's. Realizing that she had to take on a role of responsibility now that her husband was dead, she gave Kanon those orders.
はい、奥様。
Yes, madam. Kanon rose silently and turned to face me. His face was pure white, almost as though his own heart had died along with Shannon. There was no life in his expression. On an ordinary day, if he had been told to guide the children through the beautiful rose garden, Kanon might have led the way. But now there was no distinction between Kanon and the children. They were now just kids about the same age, suffering the pain of losing those close to them. Isn't he like a lot younger? Isn't he like 14? I'm glad we were able to see these scenes today. My heart is broken, but I'm glad. It's a good heartbreak, I guess. It's so good. It hurts so bad, it feels good, you know? After making sure that the children were leaving, Natsuki started giving orders to Genji.
ケンジ、すぐに警察に連絡しなさい。
Genji, contact the police immediately. But the phone doesn't work.
台風が通り過ぎるまでは来られないでしょうが、どうすればいいか指示を与えてくれるはずです。
They probably won't be able to come until the typhoon passes, but they should be able to tell us what to do next.
わかりました。
Understood.
防災用の無線機がありますので、それで連絡します。
There's an emergency radio, so I will use that to contact them. That makes sense. I didn't even think of that. Wonder what Maria's up to. I hope she's okay. But if she has like some kind of connection to Beato, maybe she's doing some weird witchy stuff. What if Maria killed them all? That'd be messed up. She is connected to a witch. She's the most likely suspect right now. No, actually it's Beato. When she heard that, Natsuki remembered. That's right, the phones were out today, weren't they? However, they also had a radio, since they couldn't necessarily rely on the phones all the time while living on an isolated island. At any rate, they should start by contacting the police and receiving their instructions. Everything else could wait.
ナチョ先生、もうこの場はどうしようもありませんか。
Dr. Nanjo, is there anything more you can do here?
残念ながら
Unfortunately,
私には何もできませんな。
there's nothing I can do.
わかりました。
Understood.
レンジ、せめて主人たちの顔を何かで覆ってやることはできませんか？
Genji, could you at least cover their faces with
こ
something?
のような姿を晒すこと、当人にとっても屈辱的でしょうから。
Exposing them like this is humiliating to them as well.
はい。
Yes, ma'am. Genji picked up several dried-up towels from inside the storehouse, when Eva stopped him with a shrill voice.
ちょっとちょっと
Wait a
お
second.
待ちなさいよ。
Stop.
ここは犯行現場なんでしょ？
This is the scene of the crime, isn't
な
it?
ら変に手を加えちゃダメよ。
Then we mustn't disturb it.
私たちは混乱してて現場に土足で踏み入っちゃったけど、それはきっと警察の捜査の邪魔になったわよ。
We all panicked and walked in here with our shoes on, but even that would surely get in the way of the police's investigation, right? True. Actually, very smart. Natsuki is such a strong person. Yeah. I'm actually kind of glad that Kinzo gave her that pep talk, you know? I'm just hoping that that's helping her get through this somehow. I keep thinking, like, who could have done this? I initially thought that the siblings would, you know, all kill each other, but honestly, I can't see anyone committing a murder this graphic. Like, this is insane. Killing 6 people and destroying their faces and stuff like that, that is not something that any of the other people that are still alive would do. I could not think of anyone who would do this except for this guy. This guy, maybe. But I don't know, even then, I have a feeling it wouldn't be him. I'm surprised though. I thought that they would need to find the key or something, but maybe the key... I don't know. Maybe someone already found the key or whatever. I would attribute, you know, killing 6 people to Kinzo. Or a witch. The one lady Ushiromiya spooky. I bet she could have done it. No! Never! I could have never killed Shannon. The rest? Maybe. Kirie, I couldn't have killed. The rest? Maybe. He validated her place in the family even without her husband, so his death shouldn't undermine her position at least. Yeah, that is true. She's still part of the family. I wonder why Kinzo said what he said to her today of all days, you know? Maybe he knew this happened. Maybe he is who killed them. I don't know. Natsuki glared at Eva, offended. Objectively speaking, Eva was right. Even so, she glared at Eva as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic corpses, which had been humiliated even after death, the simple kindness of covering their faces. However, Eva had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible situation definitely wasn't an accident. It was a crime. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. So they needed to be careful to avoid disturbing the site any further. They had to do what little they could to aid the police, preserving the clues that might help catch the detestable culprit.
私もエヴァさんに賛成ですな。
I agree with Eva-san.
警察が来るまでここは手をつけずにしておくべきです。
Until the police come, we should leave everything be.
奥様、いかがなさいますか?
What do you say, madam?
そうですね。
You're right.
わかりました。
Very well.
ここを閉ざしなさい。
Close it up.
それから念のためここに別の施錠をするように。
And just in case, we should put a different lock on it.
別の施錠?
A different lock?
ええ。
Yes.
ここに来た時、シャッターの鍵は閉じていました。
When we came here, the shutter was
という
locked.
ことは、シャッターの鍵を使い、犯人が施錠したということです。
That means the corporate used the key to the shutter to lock it.
確かに通りや。
Yeah? Would Kinzo be able to kill without waking up everyone screaming Batsuriche? Maybe he could hold it in for a little murder spree. I wouldn't put it past him. Maybe if he got drunk enough. That makes sense.
じゃあここを開けた限り犯人の指紋が残ってるんとちゃうんか。
So does that mean the key that opens the shutter will have the culprit's fingerprints on it?
警察に証拠として提出する価値はあるでしょうけど。
Now it has Kanon's fingerprints all over though. I'm sure it'll be worth submitting it to the police as evidence.
カノン君が普通に持ってここを開けるのに使用しちゃったわ。
But Kanon-kun usually has it, and he used it to unlock the shed just
多
now.
分カノン君の指紋も付着しちゃってるわよ。
It'll probably have Kanon's fingerprints on it.
そしてその鍵はさっき源氏さんに手渡され、源氏さんも素手で受け取ってる。
Honestly, I wouldn't have thought to preserve like evidence and stuff in this situation. So I would have made all the mistakes they just made too. I would have touched everything with my hands. Things Kinzo could do if he drank enough. I wouldn't put it past him. Spoken like a true Ushiromiya. Count me in. Also, that key was handed to Genji-san just now, and he took it with his bare
大
hands.
した証拠にはなりそうにないわね。
It doesn't look like it'll be very useful as evidence.
それは不用心でした。
That was careless of me.
申し訳ございません。
My apologies. Honestly, this is a very crazy situation.
源氏さん、この倉庫の鍵は他にもあるんか？
Genji-san, are there any other keys to this storehouse?
いいえ、
No,
この一つだけです。
only this one.
ということは、犯人はその鍵を使用人室から持ち出し、
So the culprit walked out of the servant room with that
そ
key,
して律儀に元の場所に戻したちゅうことになるな。
and then was nice enough to return the key to where they found it? Oh! Key? Question mark? Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible, but was actually very strange if you thought about it. I don't know how much longer this is gonna go on for. I thought we were gonna like switch back to the kids in the mansion and stuff, and then they were gonna talk about this, but they're just going to discussion mode straight to discussion mode, sorry. So I think this might take a little bit longer. So I think I'm gonna end it here for today so that I don't forget about all of this by Sunday. Because I want to be able to think about this with more time. It's probably a witch. Most likely, honestly. 6 more hours. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I do have to eat dinner eventually. I am, how do they say, famished. I am absolutely famished. Let me see. Who can I raid today? Who do we have? Who do we have? Oh god, there's a lot of people alive today. I have to choose someone. I am gonna raid on because they just started not too long ago. They're playing Mega Man Battle Network 2 again. I know you guys like that. Some of you. Anyway. If I could stream for 6 more hours, I would. But unfortunately, I would die from hunger if I didn't go now. And I don't want to rush this, so I will carefully take my time to read through this mysterious murder. Apparently there's something off about this. I don't see what is off about it yet, but we'll find out. We only have to wait until Sunday. I'm so excited for it. Anyway, thank you for joining me today. Thank you, Zazzle. Thank you, Feet. Thank you, Butt. Thank you, Seriously. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Latai. Thank you, Trace. I'd say it was fun, but it was mostly terrifying. I thought it was really fun, very sad, very good. Just really good. I loved it. I can't wait until Sunday. Thank you, Mingles, and everyone who lurked. I hope you have a good weekend, and I will see you on Sunday, if I can wait until then. Okay, take care. Bye-bye.